guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Los Angeles City Council members have announced a series of proposals they say would protect illegal immigrants. These plans include a Know Your Rights campaign, support for immigrants at Los Angeles International Airport, and funding legal services. Councilman Hugo Soto Martinez says the legislation is a necessary response to President Trump's deportation policy.
Los Angeles will not be complicit. We will use every single tool to protect our residents.
Another proposal would require businesses to report immigration enforcement efforts to the city so employees can get legal support if their workplace is raided. Border czar Tom Homan is threatening to prosecute New Jersey's Democratic governor over an illegal immigrant remark.
Homan issued the threat Monday night after Phil Murphy implied he was sheltering an illegal migrant in a garage apartment at his home in Middletown and dared the feds to try to get her. The governor's spokesperson is now walking back the comment, telling news reporters that Murphy never actually made the offer to the woman and that she never moved in. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
All 67 victims in last week's deadly mid-air collision near Washington, D.C. have been recovered.
Officials confirmed the news on Tuesday. An American Airlines plane collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter, causing both to fall into the Potomac River. The cockpit and tail from the regional jet were recovered earlier in the day. The crash was the deadliest in the U.S. since 2001. I'm Brian Shook.
FBI agents are suing the Department of Justice to block them from compiling a list of workers that investigated Capitol riot cases.
The agents filed the suit on Tuesday around the same time of a deadline the DOJ set for the FBI to release the names of those who worked on January 6 cases. The agents said the list would be used as part of a retaliation campaign against them. Some prosecutors and FBI officials have already been fired. I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Miami-Dade commissioners are sending a resolution to President Trump asking him to extend TPS for Venezuelans and others.
We stand behind our brothers and sisters who are here on their TPS.
Miami-Dade Commissioner Rene Garcia urging the Trump administration to extend TPS for Venezuelans, Haitians, and others previously granted temporary deportation protection.
We look forward to the administration to continuing to extend that TPS for the law-abiding citizens, the law-abiding individuals that are here in our country, while conditions exist in their countries that they cannot return.
The board sent a certified copy of the resolution to the president, members of the Florida congressional delegation, and the head of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. Karen Curtis, Miami.
California's largest home insurer is asking state officials for an emergency rate hike.
State Farm General claims the Los Angeles County fires have had a significant impact on its ability to continue operating in the state. State Farm says it's received at least 8,700 claims and has already paid out more than $1 billion to customers, adding that it expects to pay out even more. The company is asking for rate hikes of 38% for rental dwellings and 15% for tenants, with those rates taking effect on May 1st. State Farm said on Monday that the request is necessary to rebuild its capital base. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed higher today.
Investors largely shook off trade war fears thanks in part to a strong gain in Palantir. At the closing bell, the Dow rose 134 points, the S&P 500 added 43 points, the Nasdaq climbed 262 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
As Dave Dudley once said, we got a long way to go and a short time to get there. So here we go. We're rolling into Hump Day. Midweek coming on. All right, another day Where did my 54 degrees go? That's what we were at 24 hours ago. We're right at the freezing mark now. And maybe a little frozen precip coming our way. Welcome aboard as we kick off the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, trust your week's going well. Good to have you gather around. Got a full 5 hours coming your way. Lots to update. All the latest what's going on. Confirmation hearing updates. Things moving forward. Continued house cleaning in Washington, D.C. Draining the swamp, as they say. And a number of industry updates. All coming your way as we kick off the new day here. So the big picture, the weather map, relatively quiet as far as precip. All the action at this point in time is out west. Wintry weather impacting the Pacific Northwest. Flooding rains in the lower elevations once again. Winter storm warnings in portions of Oregon, northern Idaho, much of western and on over into north central and northeast Montana. A lot of winds will be associated with this system as well. High wind warnings through portions of Wyoming tonight. Red flag warnings down into eastern New Mexico, the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region. Windy conditions. But we await overnight tonight. Things begin to come together in the central portions of the country. What will ultimately bring us wintry precipitation and a full-fledged ice storm for some areas in the northeast between now and the end of the week. I've been talking about this for several days, but the threat really gets underway here on Wednesday as the atmospheric ingredients come together over the central states Tuesday night into Wednesday. The storm will be underway. First on the docket will be the risk of an icy mix on the cold side, some stronger thunderstorms on the warm side. We've been dealing with the record-challenging warmth funneling through the Tennessee and Ohio River valleys. That's going to provide some of those necessary ingredients for widespread thunderstorm activity beginning on Wednesday. Some of these storms are expected to turn severe. Thunderstorms begin to blossom early this Wednesday afternoon in western Tennessee Valley before charging to the east during the overnight hours. In other words, 24 hours from now, we're probably going to be having a lot to talk about with hail and damaging winds. 50-plus miles per hour will be some of the primary threats. Meanwhile, on the colder side of the storm, the wintry mix, snow, ice, may throw a wrench into some of the travel plans and freight delivery for the middle of the week. Chicago, Detroit, Minneapolis. It's not going to be a monster snowmaker, but there will be a swath of snow from Montana across the U.S.-Canadian border into the Great Lakes through Wednesday night. Widespread accumulations, 1 to 3 inches. That's enough to slow you down a bit, but not a paralyzing system. Bismarck, North Dakota, Green Bay, Wisconsin. Further south, there may be some snow, but ice is going to take over as the main threat there. As the mild air mass clashes with the frigid air to the north, the ingredients for a major ice storm are expected to begin to be in place beginning later today across a zone spanning from the Midwest to the Great Lakes, according to AccuWeather. Significant icing, building of a quarter of an inch or more, may occur into Wednesday night, mainly along and between the I-70 and 80 corridors in Michigan, Indiana, and Ohio. Hazardous travel could result from the freezing rain. Dangerous amounts of ice then reaching the mid-Atlantic by Thursday. The impacts from icing not just limited to the Midwest, but into parts of the Appalachians, the Mid-Atlantic, and the Northeast later in the week. We already have some of our first full-fledged ice storm warnings now in place for portions of eastern West Virginia, along the West Virginia line there, the higher elevations, obviously, and then on into southwest, south central, on up into parts of central Pennsylvania. A portion of the central Appalachians through Pennsylvania and ultimately reaching southern New York, all in that zone that appear to be at risk for a significant ice storm. Up to a half an inch of ice, not out of the question for some of these areas there. Pennsylvania, among some of the cities at risk for long-lasting power outages, down tree limbs, nearly impossible travel conditions. There will be a larger area from as far south and east as the I-95 corridor, from Washington to Baltimore, Philadelphia, on up through New York and Boston. The big cities will see a changeover from freezing rain to rain as the storm continues. Further north, though, it's going to be more of a all-snow event. All right, 1 to 3 inches again in the forecast across northern New England. Maybe a half foot expected in the higher elevations there in upstate New York, on up into Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. Maybe just a coating of snow in New York City and the Boston metro area. But complicating things is going to be the cold, gusty winds following the storm Thursday and Friday. A rash of additional hazards even after the icing scenario has ended. Temperatures dropping back below average for this time of year across much of the Midwest and Northeast. Winds widespread, 40 to 50 mile per hour winds across the Great Lakes on Thursday before shifting into the interior Northeast on Friday. Winds in excess of 30 miles per hour across the I-95 corridor in the Northeast on Friday as well. Forecasters have been telling us a very busy weather pattern is in play here for at least the first half of February, maybe even further into the month. We're monitoring 3 potential storms between now, February 5, and February 11th. It's going to be a busy pattern with potential disruptions to travel. Following this first storm here in the middle of the week, another follows right on the heels Friday through the upcoming weekend. Where will the snow, ice versus thunderstorms occur? Still a little bit hazy at this point. At least one more storm may follow for beginning early into next work week. Indications are that even more moisture and cold air may be available for that particular storm, which means a much larger area of snow and ice with that system. Maybe Punxsutawney Phil nailed it. 6 more weeks of winter. Of course, it's only February. So welcome in. Safe travels out there. Enjoy the quiet night tonight, because as I say, 24 hours from now, it appears things will be dramatically different. Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning, crew. Hello, Steve. I believe we should tariff Canada 25%. Now, they've allowed their Canadian geese to invade America for too long. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, and what day is it? Breaker. How about you, horse feathers? Will you make it official? Sundance wants the government to dictate the prices. Did I hear that right last night? Isn't that commie, socialist? The Trump train has lost steam power. It is now operating under full nuclear power. And the whacked-out communist left are in full nuclear meltdown. Whatever was left of their frontal lobe non-functioning neurons have melted down, drained through their empty orbital cavity, straight through the caboose, into the already stained-filled diapers. In other words, they are now one big pile of metabolic waste. They should take a bath in a septic tank, cleanse themselves from their stench. With that said, time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever, and enjoy the overnight drive with Mr. Steve Summers, coming to you live somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust. Maybe in the future from Trump International Gaza Hotel. Yeah, how about that? We're going to take over Gaza? Okay. That's realistically being discussed as Benjamin Netanyahu met with Trump this past day there in D.C. More on that, obviously, coming up as we progress into the new day. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. 28 degrees, Coxsackie, New York tonight as we kick off round number 3 to Schenectady, New York. Country Bumpkin on board. Drive safe, overnight drive family. Hello, Brain Dead. Happy Wacky Wednesday. Sticking a fork in Taco Tuesday. Headed back from Laurel, Mississippi. There's a little bit going on in the sports world. I'll check in later in the program. But we're down to 6 days till pitchers and catchers report. 16 days till spring training. 51 days till opening day for Major League Baseball. And we're down to the Daytona 500, 11 days. And lest we forget, 31 days till the NHRA Gator Nationals kicking off another NHRA season. All right, Country Bumpkin there. Okay, Waterford, Michigan tonight. Be safe to our overnight drive family. We'll get to some of our other friends checking in as we kick off Hump Day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Alrighty, hello to Shorty. Rolling I-77 northbound, Mount Airy, North Carolina. Columbus bound with 56 degrees tonight. There's James. Good morning from Woodstock, Georgia. We actually got into the mid-70s here this past day. I was thinking about breaking out the shorts and T-shirts, but it's a fake spring. It ain't going to last long. Yeah, reality check is on the way, right? Hello to Mike. Good morning from Belvedere, Illinois. 19 degrees here tonight. Have a great show, everybody. Be careful out there. Did we say hello to Gary? Yeah, there's Robert on board. Good to have you with us. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 10 degrees. Feels like 0. In Bottineau, North Dakota, we've got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed east for another round to America's Dairyland. It's an epic night in the North Country for some high-speed cow trucking. To quote the Snowman, we're eastbound and down. Special one-night-only international shout-out to the overnight drive listeners in the 51st state and down under. from an American bull hauler. They're very good. I get your play on words there. Eskimo Mom, ready to get it started here. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day Wednesday. Back in the saddle after having to take an unexpected week off for illness. Between myself and my other half, it got even more expensive because our refrigerator went out as well. But thanks to all for the prayers, we're rolling north to Warsaw, Indiana for my first load back. Clouds 29 degrees, US 30 east of Fort Wayne, Indiana tonight. All right, so yeah, you had the crud last week, huh? Got a call here a little bit earlier. Old Knucklebuster, he was fine 24 hours ago. He said, "You're on your own tonight. I'm in the bed with the crud." I said he started feeling rough about 5 in the afternoon, hit him like a ton of bricks. Not feeling well at all. He already did the home test for COVID. It got him a doctor's appointment, so it may be the flu bug. Who knows? I know the norovirus thing's going around. All right, Buckeye Boy checks in from Brunswick, Georgia. 56 tonight, delivering nearby Sea Island at 4 p.m. Then we'll head back to the house. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. All right. Mary Ann says, "I love the Canadian geese." Hey. And Paul, praying y'all stay safe out there. Thanks for all you do for us. Our number, 844-844-3388. We start with a bit of an update. We heard on the news break that all of the perished have been recovered from the American Airlines Army helicopter crash in the Potomac. The remains have all been recovered now. The investigation continues, but data recovered from the airline and Army helicopter crash revealing what they describe as a key discrepancy in their altitude readings. This may offer an explanation for the tragedy that left 67 dead. National Transportation Safety Board revealed that preliminary data from the Black Hawk helicopter and passenger jet showed conflicting readings about their altitudes at the time of the collision. Data from the passenger jet's flight recorder showed its altitude as 325 feet, plus or minus 25. When that crash happened, data in the control tower, though, showed that the Black Hawk helicopter was at 200 feet at that time. The 100-foot discrepancy yet to be explained, but if the impact did occur at 325 feet, that crash would have occurred well above the maximum allowed altitude of 200 feet for helicopters in the area. Investigators say we hope to reconcile the altitude differences with data from the helicopter's black box, which is taking more time apparently to retrieve because it became waterlogged after it plunged into the Potomac. They also said they plan to refine the tower data, which can be less reliable. But that's what our job is, to figure it out, according to the National Transportation Safety Board. Todd Inman, who grew increasingly agitated with reporters' questions, seeking more information and clarity about the readings during a Saturday evening news conference. He acknowledged there was dissension within the investigative team about whether to release the information or wait till they had more data. Investigators currently do not have the readout from the Black Hawk, so they cannot provide information about the altitude at which the helicopter was flying. But Inman said, obviously, an impact occurred. And I'd say when an impact occurs, this is typically where the altitude of both aircraft were at the moment, right? Of course, no one survived as an American Airlines flight from Wichita with 64 aboard was preparing to land there. The Army Black Hawk, which apparently flew into the jet's path with 3 soldiers aboard. Another NTSB investigator that's in charge, Bryce Banning, said this is a complex investigation. There's a lot of pieces here, but the team is working hard to gather this data. He also discussed the last moments from the Jet's 2 black boxes, which captured sound in the cockpit and the flight data. The crew had a verbal reaction, the data recorder showing the airplane beginning to try and increase its pitch. Sounds of impact, audible about 1 second later, and the end of the recording, just like that. Okay. I was having a conversation with Scotty, a.k.a. Demon, this portion. He was asking me about, and he was trying to explain to me, actually, not ask, he was trying to explain to me how when, I guess in helicopters, it may be someone out there, someone with helicopter knowledge can explain that, or Scotty, if you're with us, you can try to explain to the rest of the audience, but if your origination point, I mean, your flight may be departing somewhere which is, many hundreds of feet above sea level or below sea level, something about you have to program those numbers in at the starting point to have it correct. So, again, I was a little bit confused by that, but let's get a quick timeout. It is 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Los Angeles City Council members have announced a series of proposals. These plans include a Know Your Rights campaign, support for immigrants at Los Angeles International Airport, and funding legal services. Councilman Hugo Soto Martinez says the legislation is a necessary response to President Trump's deportation policy.
Los Angeles will not be complicit. We will use every single tool to protect our residents.
Another proposal would require businesses to report immigration enforcement efforts to the city so employees can get legal support if their workplace is raided. All 67 victims in last week's deadly mid-air collision near Washington, D.C. have been recovered.
Officials confirmed the news on Tuesday. An American Airlines plane collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter, causing both to fall into the Potomac River. The cockpit and tail from the regional jet were recovered earlier in the day. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580. Do
you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. supply. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
I got those phone lines open here as we kick off a new day at 844-844-3388. See if we got Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, moving at a high rate of speed. Yep.
I'm back again, Steve. Hey, real quick, you were reading that the news report on the plane crash there, and I wanted to call in and talk about in 2019 when I went out there to D.C. to do that lobbying for hours of service. I flew for a regional from Joplin to Chicago, and then went from Chicago to D.C. there, and they fly us. Most of the flights go into Reagan now because it's just right across the river from the White House to the Capitol. And the way the White House and the Capitol are situated, they have to fly a certain pattern to go in and out of there. And I remember how alarmed I was because right there where that plane hit that helicopter, they were less than a minute from hitting the runway right there. Because I remember when we flew in there, there's always helicopters flying back and forth underneath there. And because, they were talking about the height difference in there. And the way they run that, those helicopters have a certain height that they can fly through there because they do, they'll fly Marine One, and they do a lot of training in there. Mm-hmm. And they were saying that the night vision goggles, if they were wearing them, there's so many lights around there that it could have thrown their vision off.
Correct.
But I just and the planes. That's the only airport I've ever been to. Also, Steve, where when you're landing, there's planes taking off going the other direction. You can literally look over and see the people riding in the other plane there. And if you see that one video, that I guess now. It's being reported that some airport people got fired for releasing that black and white video that came out. But you can see a plane taking off, and then right after it takes off, you can see where that helicopter hit him. And it was just the spookiest time I'd ever flown in my life because I thought we were going to run into them helicopters. And I came to find out that's pretty commonplace there, and now we have this happening, So.
Right, yep.
Well, I called in twice this week, so I'll let you go, and everybody have a good evening.
Well, it's good to hear from you. Anytime. Thank you very much. because we're not going to hear from the Knucklebuster in hour 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So, what's on your mind? 844-844-3388. So here we go. In preparation for the impending storm in the east, get ready for some commercial vehicle restrictions. And the list is pretty lengthy. I mean, in Pennsylvania, the Department of Transportation has already announced they're going to restrict all commercial vehicles from traveling on several interstates ahead of this storm. Parts of the state are under a winter storm watch for Wednesday night into Thursday morning, with that mixture of snow, sleet, freezing rain beginning later on this evening. And then, of course, widespread ice accumulations due to the storm predictions. PennDOT has issued, and I'm going to try to run through these as quickly as I can. These are, I guess this is the highest level. You've got Tier 1, 2, 3, and 4. Tier 4, which means all commercial vehicles restricted. I-283 between the PA Turnpike and I-83. That kicks in at 7. This all starts at 7 o'clock p.m. this Wednesday evening. I guess it's pretty much, I'm trying to understand, I-283 from the beginning to the end. So is that a circle freeway? I-376 between exit I-80 East Mercer and exit 13A US 224. I-70 between exit 149, that's South Breezewood and the Maryland line. I-79 between exit 77, the 76 Turnpike, Youngstown, Ohio, and Harrisburg, and Pennsylvania 5 shut down for that stretch. I-81 between the Maryland line and exit 151A. That's I-80 east of Stroudsburg. I-83 between the Maryland line and Interstate 81, I-99 between US 220 and I-80. And there's a number of others here. I mean, just you're going to have to check ahead. Some of these latter ones, all those that I've just mentioned, again, kick in at 7 p.m. Several hours later, at 10 p.m. this Wednesday evening, all commercial vehicles banned from I-180 between I-80 and US 15. I-80 between the Ohio line and exit 260B. That's north of Wilkes-Barre. Interstate 380 between I-80 and 84. That one kicks in at the midnight hour. So just over under 12 hours from now. And all the rest of these, and these are all total commercial vehicle bans. I-80 between exit 260A. I-81 south to the Harrisburg and New Jersey line. I-84 between Interstate 81 and the New York line. Pennsylvania 33 between I-78 and I-80. There are a handful of other Tier 2 restrictions, which is not all commercial vehicles. The Tier 2 is any empties or loaded tandem trailers without chains, or ATD on board. And there's a handful of those that also kick in later on this evening. So a lot of commercial vehicle traffic being banned before the storm ever gets underway here later on tonight in Pennsylvania. I have not yet seen anything in regards to other states. New York sometimes implements some bans. Meanwhile, we've been tracking the cost of eggs. I was pleasantly surprised this past day. The wife sent me to the grocery with a list of items. Kroger had not dozen, but 18 packs of eggs on sale for $3.99. So I picked up two 18 packs. That wasn't bad with the prices around the country. Prices have got so high that people are now stealing eggs. Pennsylvania State Police investigating the theft of a large shipment of organic eggs from a trailer. This theft occurred on February 1. What was that? Saturday, right at a business in Greencastle, Pennsylvania. Troopers say around 8:40 p.m., 100,000 organic eggs were taken from the rear of a distribution trailer at Pete and Jerry's Organics. We're talking about retail value about $40,000 with egg prices right now. The investigation is active and ongoing. If anyone has any information, you're asked to contact the Pennsylvania State Police in Chambersburg. But somebody selling some eggs on the black market. If the price sounds too good to be true, they might very well be stolen. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Guess we shall see if we can make it official. Good morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So, I guess we got to start out with the, hey, Mike. I almost forgot what day it was because I work every day now. So, I don't know. Is it actually a hump day when there's no end or beginning?
I guess technically for you, no.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just another day.
Just another day, Your Honor. Another night, another day. Yep. So anyways, to answer your question. Oh, well, you didn't do it. I said, hey, Mike.
Yeah. Hump day for me.
There you go. All right. So the rest of the world knows now. It's official for the rest of the world. So to answer your question, I-283 is just a little spur. I mean, it's only a few miles long because it goes between 83 and the Pennsylvania Turnpike. And the rest of what's 283 is actually Pennsylvania 283 that goes from the Pennsylvania Turnpike in Harrisburg down to Lancaster to US 30. So I don't believe the restrictions that are on Interstate 283 continue on to Pennsylvania 283. If you know what I'm saying.
Okay. So, I mean, because it said from beginning to end, whatever the heck that means.
Yeah, it's only about a 3-mile stretch from the Pennsylvania Turnpike to Interstate 83, where it's Interstate 283.
Well, then they've also it started with I-283 between the PA Turnpike and I-83?
Yep, and that's about a 3-mile stretch.
Okay.
It goes in between the two of them.
Gotcha.
It's what links 83 to the Turnpike. It's all I-283 is just a little link to go from 83 down to the Turnpike and the Turnpike back up to 83. So as I say, Pennsylvania, of course, had to make it confusing with making their state highway 283 that goes from the intersection of Interstate 283 at the Pennsylvania Turnpike to Lancaster. But it is a limited access highway, so it kind of looks like an interstate, but it's actually Pennsylvania highway, not interstate highway. So I believe that one is not covered by the ban. So if you get off the Turnpike right there, you can still run 283 back and forth down there, but once you get up there, you can't get on the interstate. So you have to stay on the the 322 and stuff like that. And here's where the problem comes, is when you get to Pennsylvania, 322 goes in conjunction with 83 and 81 to continue on as 322 so are you allowed to be on the part of the interstate that's part of the U.S. highway system,
right.
or are you restricted from it because it's the interstate highway system? But there is a way to cut through and actually come out on what they call Cameron Street, which will bring you across, but you kind of have to have a little bit of knowledge of the Harrisburg area to be able to get off and get down and drive in Harrisburg itself to cut through there. But
when they put all these restrictions up, I mean, obviously, I pulled this up from CDL Life, and they've got the list here. But for drivers out there, if you're using like a GPS or whatnot, they're not going to be aware, right?
The best thing I can say to do is to use the PA 511 system. They have the PA 511 app, and they have, I believe, if you go on to the Pennsylvania DOT's website, there's a link to the 511 system.
Okay.
And that'll show you all in map form and written out form, all of the closures and time for closures and the tier of the closure. So that would be my best suggestion. And I actually have the PA 511 app on both my phone and my tablet, so that when I'm got to get up into Pennsylvania, I can check on what the hell is going on.
And the list I have here, I think this is the most complete bans, Tier 4, that I've seen with all the storms in recent years. And past experience says that they take those restrictions serious, and they hit you with a pretty hefty fine if you're out there, right?
Absolutely, yeah. They don't mess around with it, and so my boss was telling me a little bit about it, and I didn't realize that it was the Tier 4. I'm like, yeah, so that just means you got to stay in the right lane at 45 miles an hour. And he's like, no. He says this is the big one. This is all commercial traffic.
Ban,
that cannot be on the highway.
Yep.
So plan your parking spaces now, because I'll guarantee you by noontime tomorrow, you will not find parking spots in Pennsylvania, especially the I-80 corridor.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very hard corridor to get a parking spot on, and also the 76 and stuff. When you get down towards Philly, the Philadelphia area, you will not find parking. And so if you're caught out on the highway, as you said there, and the worst part is that there doesn't have to be any weather. I mean, you can be on perfectly dry road, perfectly safe. And if that
when the ban kicks in, it's 7 p.m. It might be 8 o'clock. Precip hasn't even started, but the ban's in effect.
That's right. And they will ticket you for breaking the rule of the ban, even though you're perfectly safe and can drive down the highway. And a lot of times, you'd be going the opposite way of the storm. The storm is following you, so you're ahead of the storm, and you're on dry road, and you're always going to be on dry road. But because that ban is in effect, you're not supposed to be on the highways. So, and Pennsylvania is a hard state to get across because of the mountains. I shouldn't say mountains; they aren't that big. They're good-sized hills, but all the ridges run north-south. So, a lot of the roads run north-south with the valleys and everything. So, to get across Pennsylvania east and west is really hard unless you are able to use one of the interstates. You really gotta go a lot out of your way to get around things, to try to run state and U.S. highways. So anyways, that's the only thing I can say is plan accordingly, plan early, plan accordingly, and probably the best thing is to avoid Pennsylvania. I'm not sure what Maryland's going to try to do. I'm not sure what the fringe is on the southern fringe of the ice going back to rain. So I'm not sure. Down here at the Mid-Atlantic with Washington, Baltimore, the I-95 corridor. Somehow or another, I-95 has a major effect on the weather, that on the mainland side of 95, back to the west can be the snow and the ice, and then the east side of 95 out onto the eastern shore will stay the rain and not quite so icy. But then other times, you get the storm that comes up the coast, and the eastern shore gets hammered with a foot of snow, and the west side of 95, you'd be lucky to get a flurry or a dusting. So I don't know how I-95 becomes a dividing line of that. It's kind of like the Mason-Dixon line between Maryland and Pennsylvania. They'll get big snow up on the north side, the Mason-Dixon, and we'll get a dusting down on the south side, and same way in reverse the other way. So it's crazy how things do that. But anyways. So I don't know if you had a chance to look there. I sent you a couple links, and I put a couple links up on the fan page there of different things that I found for the way things are going for either the DEI stuff or some of the stuff that our DOJ department's been working on.
Right.
It's kind of interesting watching that and seeing how things are going. So I don't know if there's any of that stuff that you can share with the audience at all, or maybe find a place to repost if possible that people would be able to see. But anyways, I just thought I'd toss those couple things along. And as I say, the couple that I had that I thought the audience would be really, really liking there, I posted on the one fan page that you're connected with there. Well, or is connected with you. I don't know. Are you connected with it, or is it just connected with you? I'm not sure. So, but anyways, other than that, Your Honor, we're just got us kind of a clear night, riding right along into lower 30s, and I'm over here in Delaware on the Eastern Shore. Speaking of the Eastern Shore, they've already done all the pre-treatments out here by the looks of the highways. They've been spraying all the pre-treatment down, so whatever comes down in the beginning will be sure to melt and turn right to ice in the beginning. So anyways, that's kind of, gotta love this stuff. Maybe this is my casual Friday, Your Honor. Maybe I won't be out.
You might have a night off. It's a possibility. Yeah.
So, all right. Well, that, Your Honor, I guess I'll let you go, and I'm going to shoot across that Woodrow Wilson Bridge here at some point. So I'll take a gander up the river and see if I can see the Washington Monument, the U.S. Capitol again today. And I don't know, it's kind of hard to identify all the flashing lights. I'm not sure where they're at with that, how much more they're still got some more recovery effort they're working on, or if they're just doing that in the daytime at this point. It's probably a lot safer for them to do it in the daytime, whatever they got going at this point. So anyways, I guess with that, Your Honor, we'll let you do some due diligence, and we'll see where we can go here tonight.
There you go, rolling into a hump day, and we'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Another industry update up in, matter of fact, Horse Feather's neck of the woods, Baltimore. This past day, almost a year after the deadly collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge, Maryland officials Tuesday unveiling finally their designs for the replacement, which will be taller and better protected against ship strikes. Construction of the state's first cable-stayed bridge could be completed in 2028, costing upwards of $1.7 billion. With its graceful outline and delicate design, officials said the new bridge will modernize Baltimore's skyline, becoming a symbol of resilience, progress, and economic growth. The design features 2 towers with cables radiating down to the deck. Governor Wes Moore said this is a great day for the state of Maryland, but it's not lost on me that today's triumph was born out of tragedy. The original Francis Key Bridge, a 1.6-mile steel span at the mouth of Baltimore's harbor, took 5 years to construct and opened in 1977. connecting various port-oriented industrial communities around Baltimore, allowing drivers to easily bypass downtown. Of course, after the collapse of the bridge, March 26th of last year, officials quickly promised to rebuild. Of course, it is a vital piece of transportation infrastructure. Demolition of the remaining pieces will take place this spring. Construction of the replacement will follow, according to the official announcement this past day. All right, it's 844-844-3388.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 46. The nomination is confirmed.
And with that, the Senate has confirmed Pam Bondi as Attorney General, with Democratic Senator John Fetterman joining Republicans to vote in favor of her, giving her control of the Department of Justice. Georgia's former Congressman Doug Collins has been confirmed to lead the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs.
The U.S. Senate overwhelmingly voted him in on Tuesday, 77-23. During his confirmation hearing on January 21st, Collins testified that while serving as chaplain in the U.S. Air Force Reserve with the rank of colonel at Warner Robins, he learned how to lead.
Leadership is about listening, but it's also about leading. It's also about taking the men and women that you serve with and making sure that you're putting their needs first.
President Trump's nominee will oversee a $350 billion budget and nearly 200 medical centers addressing the evolving healthcare needs of younger vets from recent conflicts. I'm Liz Kennedy.
San Diego's top business organization says they have major concerns about the president's plans for tariffs against Mexico and Canada, and that's despite the 1-month pause.
The San Diego Chamber strongly opposes tariffs.
That's San Diego Regional Chamber President and CEO Jessica Anderson. She says the chamber has helped craft special and unique business relationships with Mexico.
We're not just trading with Mexico, we're really producing together. Taxing an import winds up translating into a tax on U.S. customers because we have these integrated supply chains.
Anderson says these fees could lead to higher prices, job loss, and eventually companies going out of business. I'm Phil Farrar.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 134 points. The S&P 500 added 43 points. The Nasdaq climbed 262 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu say their ties are unbreakable.
You are the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House.
Trump and Netanyahu met at the White House today, with Netanyahu becoming the first foreign leader to meet with Trump during his second term. The president said the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip and own it, and added the U.S. is a respected nation once again, while saying there was no threat from Iran while he was in office.
Oh my God!
At least 10 people have been shot and killed at an adult education facility in Örebro, Sweden, west of Stockholm. Police say they're still investigating, and the extent of the injuries is unclear. Andreas Sudling is a student at Campus Ryberska. He spoke with Sky News.
After maybe 2 hours, the police came, and when they took us out from the classroom, when I passed the entrance to the school, I looked down and there was blood everywhere.
This is being called the worst mass shooting in Sweden's history. The FDA is upping its broccoli recall to the most serious category.
California company Braga Fresh initially issued an advisory for a specific lot of its broccoli florets in December after Health and Human Services workers found listeria in several samples from a Texas Walmart. No illnesses have been reported. The product was distributed to Walmart stores in 20 states across the nation. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Off and rolling. Hour number 1 in the books. As time zone to time zone, we make our way into a new day. 5th day of February. All right, as Pappy mentioned out of the box, hour number 1, the left are just literally melting down. Many angry at Elon Musk. He was never elected. The hell's he doing? Shuttering things. The USAID, which sounds like it's all about aid. The Agency of International Development. Its days may be numbered, The State Department, they tell us now, has started recalling all U.S. Agency for International Development employees, USAID employees who are abroad on foreign assignments. According to ABC News this past day, citing multiple sources, CBS News said that USAID overseas missions were told to shut down and all staff members are being recalled by Friday. The new USAID Deputy Administrator, Peter Morocco, said State Department leadership, if they didn't do it, they'll be evacuated by the military, according to sources. On Monday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was made the acting administrator of USAID as President Trump and his team explore folding the agency possibly into the State Department as part of a larger plan to shrink the size of federal government overall. There are discussions about merging USAID into the State Department to significantly reduce the size of the workforce for efficiency purposes and ensure that their spending is in line with the president's agenda. Trump, of course, has entrusted Elon Musk to oversee the efficiency of this particular agency, which the Democrats slamming Elon's moves to cut waste and fraud as head of the DOJ department. Representative Jamie Raskin of Maryland calling on a crowd in front of the USAID's Washington, D.C. headquarters to stop Musk from dismantling the agency. That brought the press secretary out on Monday, Carolyn Leavitt. She's speaking to reporters outside the White House, and she's getting all these snarky questions about who is Elon Musk? What's his level of expertise when it comes to humanitarian aid? She defended him as a common-sense businessman. Then she cited the list, a proverbial laundry list, of insane projects that are being funded by USAID. First, she characterized Musk as a once-in-a-generation business leader, a great ally and friend of the president. I think he has a little bit of common sense, and I think the American people appreciate that when it comes to the federal government, because it seems like all common sense has been lost in this city. She then proceeded to pull out a piece of paper from her coat pocket and stated, here's the reason why Elon Musk and others have been taking a look at USAID. Described the insane array of DEI-related overseas projects. Why are we paying for this stuff elsewhere in the world? $1.5 million to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in Serbia's workplaces. $70,000 for production of a DEI musical in Ireland. $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia. $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. I don't know about you, the press secretary said, but as an American taxpayer, I don't want my dollars going toward this crap. I know the American people don't either, and that's exactly why Elon has been tasked by President Trump to get the fraud, the waste, and the abuse out. No sane person wants American tax dollars funding DEI-related projects anywhere, least of all overseas. And therefore, answered the reporter's question in exactly the right way. The press secretary actually only told a fraction of the truth about USAID. She could hardly have revealed more. Trump almost certainly has not yet decided what to do about this sinister organization. To understand why, we go back to February of last year when Tucker Carlson interviewed a former State Department official, Mike Benz. Said, I personally found it one of the most eye-opening interviews he has ever conducted. In short, Benz displayed encyclopedia knowledge about what he regularly calls the blob. By that he means the national security state, including the CIA, the State Department, the Pentagon, a host of non-government organizations, including USAID, that engage, for instance, in regime change operations overseas while censoring American speech here at home. Benz called it military rule, the inversion of democracy. Meanwhile, as proposed during the 2024 campaign, Trump has tasked Musk with helping to curb government spending. To that end, he established the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Of course, we know over the weekend, DOGE gained access to the U.S. Treasury's payment systems. Almost immediately began sharing information about U.S. aid. Not long ago, some of what he shared would have been regarded as earth-shaking. Maybe it should. For instance, Sunday, Musk confirmed that U.S. aid funded the research that led to COVID-19, which he called it bioweapon research. Did you know what U.S. aid, using your tax dollars, funded bioweapon research, including COVID-19 that killed millions of people? Likewise, U.S. aid used taxpayer funds for the purpose of paying media organizations to publish their propaganda. Elsewhere, he referred to U.S. aid as a criminal organization and a radical left political psyop. The flurry of U.S. aid-related activity once again brought Benz to the forefront. U.S. aid funds the darkest projects known to mankind. Here's a short list. He also characterized U.S. aid as more sinister even than the CIA. When it's too dirty for the CIA, you give it to U.S. aid. In fact, he said, I once joked to a friend that the CIA wasn't ruthless enough to kill JFK, but maybe U.S. aid did. In short, maybe he had it right, but in all likelihood, she had authorization from Trump to only reveal so much about that. Draining the swamp. It is 844-844-3388. So we had, I guess the clock is ticking, and many on the far left are actually taking Trump's offer up to exit the federal workforce. Before his first term, President Trump promised the American electorate, once in office, he would drain the swamp. Tens of thousands of nameless, faceless bureaucrats who have no direct accountability of the American people. Now, here we are, February of 2025. It looks like the swamp has indeed begun draining itself. After Trump offered a buyout that some of them seemingly could not refuse, according to the scoop from Axios, as of this past day, some 20,000 federal workers have already accepted the buyout, which was just pitched a week ago. Now, the 20,000 represent about 1% of the federal workforce. That's a significant number to be sure, but a far cry from the 5 to 10% of the workforce that the administration originally projected. Whichever path you choose, we thank you for your service to the United States of America. The deadline to accept the buyout is Wednesday or Thursday, I guess. One day away. They're expecting the number of resignations to go up, especially in light of the major shakeup of U.S. aid. Yeah, we expect more to come. If you see what's happening at U.S. aid, it's just one piece of the puzzle. The terms of the buyout are pretty enticing, though. Those who accept it retain all their existing benefits until the end of September without having to return to the office, so long as they complete reasonable and customary tasks and processes to facilitate their exit. The process of accepting the offer, very easy. All you have to do if you wish to resign is reply to the offer on their official government email account, type resign in the subject line, and hit send. On the other side of the coin, those who choose to stay must commit to working at the office 5 days a week to uphold a cultural based on merit rather than, say, seniority or identity. Those who remain also still run the risk of losing their position to whether it's restructuring, realignments, or reductions in force. The Trump administration is pledged to honor all relevant collective bargaining agreements during any restructuring. So there you go. The Axios also said that on average, the annual attrition rate of the federal workforce is about 6%. So some of those who are accepting the buyouts may have been looking to leave anyway, but very good. Hired Gun, good morning from Kingston, Georgia. Hope everybody's doing well. Keep the shiny side on top. Now let's get to Senor Heatwave. Good morning.
Good morning, Senor. I'm here on 15 South, heading into a wind. Holy crap. I'm between Fillmore and Beaver, Utah. And that's just two words you really can't say at the same time on the radio, no? Anyways, yeah, Schumer and the Democrats are screaming, who the hell does Musk think he is? He's an unelected official. Well, he's acting like a bureaucrat with common sense. Bureaucrats, they're not elected. So why is Schumer and all them other Dems on their high horse when they're just as low as the horse apples on the ground? I don't understand. Oh, Lordy mercy. Yeah, I missed the first part of the show. I was on the phone yakking away. And was this the wind up here in Utah? Is that part of the Santa Ana winds from California, or is this from something else?
It's from the train of storms coming in up in the Pacific Northwest. But yeah, you got wind advisories and high wind warnings from Wyoming through parts of Utah, much of Nevada. Winter storm warnings over in the Sierra Nevada. Yeah, windy.
Well, it sure enough is here, and I'm running with empty trailers, so this is really an experience. At least I'm headlong into it instead of getting sideways. Well, let's see here. I tell you what, I've got a brand new truck assigned to me. Of course, it's been driven 9,000 miles by other people. And so when I finally got into it Saturday morning, there's a problem with the plug-in going from the tractor to the trailer. Only half of the lights work on the trailer. So I had to go back into my old International, which was new last year, and complete the run. And when I got back, I went ahead and found the brand new pigtail, and I tried plugging it to the tractor and plugging it to the trailers. And come to find out, it's actually the box on the trailer, or the tractor rather, that goes to the trailer that's got issues. And I'm thinking, did it just happen when I so happened to plug it into a trailer that something burned out, or did we just have drivers that said, it's good, let someone else worry about it? Not real happy with that prospect, but, any company you work for, you've always got somebody in there that says it's someone else's problem. So, hey, I heard we got a pretty good land deal there at the Gaza Strip.
Is that a good idea? When we're talking about government efficiency, government spending, U.S. tax dollars, and and I'm all for cutting the size of the federal government. Why in the hell would we have any interest in taking apart and rebuilding that stretch of God-forbidden land?
Well, I tell you what, to me, it's a genius move, because then we are there and we can get people like Saudi Arabia, We can get Kuwait. We can get a lot of the oil-producing nations to pony up and build that place up. You know, yeah, you got 2 million displaced people, so let's go ahead and get them houses, and then make that the Beirut, what Beirut once was, and then have multi-national forces there, keeping an eye, making sure that whatever them idiots were, I can't even think, Hezbollah, well, they were up north.
It was Hamas.
Those,
make sure Hamas doesn't start, building, digging more tunnels and bringing in missiles from Iran. I mean, technically, Iran should pay for the rebuilding.
Well, I mean, if we can set up a presence there, and if those idiots do decide, well, we're going to throw some missiles at you, I would be like, you know what? Go right ahead. And that would give us all the excuse we need to go over there and turn that damn palace in Iran into, a mud shack with glass for a parking lot. I mean, that would be fine with me. Of course, I won't be there seeing all that happen. But I mean, these people, they don't know anything more. They've been fighting for, ever since their country was founded, back in the biblical times. That's all they've ever known. Fight, fight, fight. Well, you know what? It's about time they start learning these actions have consequences, just like elections, huh, Barack? And when the sitting president is there saying don't do that, in Biden's case, yeah, right. In Trump's case, that they're starting to shake a little bit because they know they don't know what Trump is going to do. He is the wild card. And they've had 4 years to figure this out while Trump was out of office. And they still have no clue as to what he's going to do. And that scares them. So I just hope that after 4 years, we've got some semblance of peace out there, and we got some semblance of, dadgummit, what is the word I'm trying to look for here? Stability. There. Yeah, that's the word. And hopefully the next Republican nominee for president, which I hope is J.D. Vance, because of his experience with the Marine Corps and being in these wars, hopefully that gives him a leg up to say, you know what, this is what we're going to continue to do. Put pressure on Iran to behave. And yeah, it's going to take a long damn time for them to be broke of that habit. But, something's got to happen soon. I mean, that rubber band is stretched so tight. It's wound up so much. Something's going to break. And, help us when that does happen. But, it's kind of like the Japanese found out back there in Pearl Harbor. Yamamoto said, I'm afraid all we've done is we've awakened the sleeping giant. And I think if we can get everybody on the same page here, if and when that happens, we can start opening up that big old can of whoop butt and have at it. So, hey, I posted on your page a bunch of Marines that have just discovered fire. Did you see that?
I saw that, yeah. What was that from? It was like a...
what that...
what was the opening of the film? Was it 2001: A Space Odyssey or whatever?
History.
Yeah.
History of the World, Part 1.
Yeah, that's it.
Of course, they were doing something else after beating their chest. But, I'll tell you what, for all those Marines out there, thank you for your service. Thank you for serving. But ain't this electricity something else? Wow. So, I'll let you go, Senor.
All right, Senor Heatwave, have a good morning. Sylvester, our friend in the land down under, chimed in a little bit earlier. He said, I can't listen at the moment, but it was able to pull up and post via the Facebook feed. Seriously, folks. What do you think of the U.S. taking control of Gaza? Is that a good idea? Yeah, personally, I think it's a stupid idea, he said. Gary said, horrible. And Dean says, more than horrible. Bad idea. Buckeye Boy said, I don't think we need to pay for the rebuilding. Make Iran pay for it, right? They were the backers of the animals that caused this whole thing. Yeah, for them to be devastated. Is Trump trolling again? Every time, he makes one of these, what some of us think are ludicrous, absurd suggestions. Is he trolling or just floating an idea to, a trial balloon to see what comes back, feedback from the rest of the Middle East? That could very well be. But President Trump suggesting displaced Palestinians in Gaza be permanently resettled outside the war-torn territory and proposed the United States take ownership in redeveloping the Strip. Now, that proposal ahead of the next stage of talks that are meant to extend the ceasefire, the tenuous ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, and secure the release of the remaining hostages. And I did see Hamas says they're ready to have talks with Trump. We'll give you more coming up.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Los Angeles City Council members have announced a series of proposals. These plans include a Know Your Rights campaign, support for immigrants at Los Angeles International Airport, and funding legal services. Councilman Hugo Soto Martinez says the legislation is a necessary response to President Trump's deportation policy.
Los Angeles will not be complicit. We will use every single tool to protect our residents.
Another proposal would require businesses to report immigration enforcement efforts to the city so employees can get legal support if their workplace is raided. All 67 victims in last week's deadly mid-air collision near Washington, D.C. have been recovered.
Officials confirmed the news on Tuesday. An American Airlines plane collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter, causing both to fall into the Potomac River. The cockpit and tail from the regional jet were recovered earlier in the day. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it. Where did we leave off there? At the Gaza Strip. So the discussion with Netanyahu yesterday, talks are ramping up this week. Promises of surging humanitarian aid and reconstruction supplies to help the people of Gaza recover. But the place is devastated. Trump wants to push roughly 1.8 million people to leave the land. Claim it for the U.S., perhaps with American troops? Is that a good idea? Trump outlined his thinking as he held the talks with Netanyahu, where the two also discussed the ceasefire and the hostage deal, and they shared their concerns about Iran. But Trump said, I don't think people should be going back. You can't live in Gaza right now. We need another location. Somewhere where people are going to be happy. Trump said the U.S. would take ownership and redevelop it after Palestinians are resettled elsewhere and turn the territory into the Riviera of the Middle East. Okay? In which the world's people, including Palestinians, would live. Egypt, Jordan, and other U.S. allies in the Middle East have cautioned Trump that relocating Palestinians from Gaza would further threaten Mideast stability, risk expanding the conflict, undermine a decades-long push by the U.S. and allies for a two-state solution. Still, Trump insists the Palestinians have no alternative but to leave the big pile of rubble that is Gaza. I mean, it's going to be a 3 to 5 year timeline for reconstruction and laid out a temporary truce agreement. Not viable. Just last week, apparently, Egypt's president and the Jordanian king kind of dismissed Trump's calls to resettle Gazans in their countries Yeah, Trump yesterday said that what you're hearing in the media is not true. He said they are open. Who do you believe? I don't think it's a good idea. What's no mention of the cost? It is, I mean, as we've seen, 15 months of constant bombardment. How many munitions and ordnance are laying out there that will have to be safely removed, things that haven't detonated. It's a very, very dangerous place, and that's true as far as Gazans trying to resettle there. See where it goes, but it is 844-844-3388. Good morning, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, how you doing? Yeah, can you hear me?
We got you, Eagle. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, Steve, I got a couple of things I want to talk about tonight. First of all, I heard somebody, the guy, that minister guy, the preacher or whatever who calls your show, did I hear him say right, or was he joking around? He said that a minister had passed away. Is that true, or is this guy playing games?
No, he.
Did you hear him say?
Oh, it's been about a month. Huh? It's been about a month ago, Eagle. Yeah, minister did pass away. He was found slumped over the steering wheel of his truck in the Little Rock, Arkansas, and it's probably been about a month ago.
Yeah. I thought I was hearing things when I heard him say that last night. That minister, maybe I didn't tune in the night when you had announced it, but I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that he had passed away. Yeah, you said they found him in his truck. He might have had a heart attack or something. I'm gonna tell you what happened. High blood pressure or something. But I hate to hear that. That's a bad deal. Yeah, that's bad. That's why I had to. That's why I had to ask you tonight, because I thought I was hearing things last night. Yeah, so that's not good at all. You're losing. I don't know how old he was, but I don't think he was probably in his 50s or 60s. I think. So that's a bad deal there. But Steve, I got several things I want to talk about tonight, man. First of all, I want to talk about Donald Trump, Steve. Okay, now, I'm one of Donald Trump's biggest fans. I've been on the bandwagon since 2000. Well before it, way back in 2016 when he first got in the game, and then 2020. I waited 4 long years for him to get back in, the White House. But at this point, Steve, I got to say this, and you know me, man. I say what's on my mind. At this point, Steve, I'm very disappointed in Donald Trump. Steve, he's going a little bit too far with what he's doing. He's stepping on, like I say, you know me. I don't care about stepping on people's toes, but at some point, Steve, you gotta not step on. You can't step on everybody's toes. Donald Trump is doing a little bit too much, Steve. He's doing a little bit too much. He's stirring up trouble with Mexico. He's stirring up trouble with Canada. He's stirring up trouble with Panama, El Salvador. Now, over in with the Hamas people, Iran. He's doing a little bit too much, Steve. He's doing a little bit too much. It's okay to be a tough guy. It's okay to let people know that you the man, you the new sheriff in town, and that the United States is going to be top priority. And you know me, Steve, I'm always going to have the U.S. at the top of my list. But Donald Trump is doing a little bit too much. I've talked to a lot of people, and over the last couple of weeks, he's only been in the White House for less than a month now, and he's got the whole world stirred up. Like I say, he insulted Jimmy Carter. He insulted Jimmy Carter by saying, like he's the worst president. Man was on his deathbed. Sometimes you gotta have some respect for some people, Steve. He said that Jimmy Carter was the worst president the United States ever had, while the man was lying dead in a coffin, and then he had the nerve to go to the man's funeral after he said that. Now, some things you can't do, Steve. you know, at some point, you know, Donald Trump, your other callers have said this, Monkey Gouger and Grump and some other people have said Donald Trump's biggest problem is his mouth. And then he said something else controversial again today, where he said the U.S. wants to take over Gaza. Whether it's something to try to stir up the pot, get people talking. You know, sometimes, Steve, you just have to keep your mouth closed and do something and don't talk about it, because, like I said, you know, he's talking about Panama, saying that the United States owned Panama. Jimmy Carter gave it back to him, and he wants it back from China. You know, he got all these different things going, you know, plus the immigrant situation, getting these people out, tariffs going on. You know, these are our two trade partners, Steve. Canada and Mexico are the two people that we do business with. You can't step on the toes of these people. And see, it affects me as a truck driver, because I go to these border states and I pick up loads, and it's already showing a rippling effect, because a lot of customers are not receiving their goods out of Mexico because they don't know what the hell these tariffs are going to do. So it's already slowing down the freight coming out of these border towns coming back in the U.S., like such as Laredo, Texas, where I go. I heard on the radio today, over 40% of the goods in America comes out of Laredo, Texas. And as you know, they got a cartel fight going on right now just across the border in Mexico from Laredo. So, and then he's talking about going into Mexico, and forgot to talk about that. Now, like I said, Steve, he got too many things going. I don't give you a list of everything, at least 7 or 8 things that he got going in less than 3 weeks in the White House. He's doing a little bit too much. And like I said, at some point, Steve, you have to realize that all the people that are, he's getting rid of, fired. Yeah, he's doing the deal. But like I said, he needs to control his temperament a little bit and watch what he says, because these people, we do business with these people, Steve. China is one of our big people. You talked about this before. A lot of people don't know that a lot of the medications and stuff comes from China. A lot of the antibiotics. Mm-hmm. Now, if he pisses off China and they decide they don't want to send these damn antibiotics and all these other stuff to the United States, what the hell is he gonna do then? Because see, you can't build a chemical plant overnight to produce your own antibiotics. You can't produce a chip factory overnight. Yeah, you can build one, but it takes time to build one to get all this done. So Donald Trump, like I said, he got to be very careful with whose toes he step on, because remember, like I told you before, Steve, the same people that you step on while you're going to the top are the same people that you're going to see when you're going back to the bottom. So I hope Donald Trump remembers that while he's stepping on all these damn toes. He might be going back to the bottom, and he's going to wish he wouldn't have stepped on so many toes. And I thank you for taking my time.
All right. I don't think we're going to be going back to the bottom. Yeah. not with Trump in charge. Yeah, I get your concerns, but at this point, virtually everything he's done to date has borne positive fruit. Mexico, Canada, less than 24 hours in, sat down at the table and said, hey, let's work something out here. Yeah, whether you know it or not, China needs us. They need us big time. I think we're number one, the products they export. They need the United States to continue purchasing their products. If we didn't, their economy would fall into a deep, dark recession. Who was it? The press secretary, I think Shorty just forwarded to me. I have not yet seen the complete story, but Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the mainstream media can't keep up with all the good news that is flowing out of the Trump White House. Of course, they're doing what they've done for 8+ years now. Anything Trump does, if it's positive, they got to twist it, make it negative. But we'll get to some other topics coming up here. Trucking industry headlines. The American Transportation Research Institute is asking you, the truckers, for some feedback on several key issues surrounding truck parking at public rest areas. for their public truck parking drivers survey. They said they're working with departments of transportation in all 50 states to identify the best practices for expanding truck parking at public rest areas and other state-owned locations. The brief 12-question survey seeking input on the following approaches used by states to address parking: parking information systems, repurposing state-owned facilities for parking, parking for adverse weather conditions. As Horsfeather said, that's going to be a big issue coming later on today. Yeah, they're in Pennsylvania. All these trucks, commercial vehicle bans are going to kick in. Where are all these trucks going to park to ride out the storm? Group said the final report will include an assessment of how states are doing when it comes to providing parking, highlighting the best practices for expanding parking at public rest facilities. Dan Murray, the Transportation Research Institute's senior vice president, says feedback from truckers is crucial when it comes to finding solutions. At the end of the day, it doesn't make any sense to ask anyone but a truck driver what is needed to improve truck parking. Yeah, this particular survey is focused exclusively on truck parking at public rest areas. There's only 40,000 truck parking spaces at public rest areas in this country. Yeah, based on driver feedback, states should probably double that number. According to last year's survey of top industry issues, the lack of available parking was number 2 when it comes to the industry's concern overall, and the number 1 issue for drivers. And that has been the case for half a decade now. On the annual top industry issues report, truck parking has been number 1 for the truck drivers for 4 of the last 5 reports. We're hoping the real-world data might be able to address the problem, finally move truck parking down that list. So you can find the survey online. The American Transportation Research Institute will return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Now let me dive into a couple of quick updates for you here. Capitol Hill, the Senate this past day confirming Pam Bondi as President Trump's Attorney General. A vote of 54 yeas, 46 nays. Just one Democrat, that was John Fetterman, actually supporting Bondi, the former Florida Attorney General. She became Trump's pick after Matt Gaetz turned down the nomination, resigning from Congress. Fetterman told reporters after the vote, he decided to support Bondi because of her qualifications. Even though she's not his ideal choice, I'm saying she's qualified. But it turns out that former Attorney General Merrick Garland wasn't anyone's ideal one either, he said. Senator Ashley Moody, who succeeded Bondi in 2019 as Florida's Attorney General, before being named to the Senate by Governor DeSantis, replacing Marco Rubio, posting, "I'm so excited to vote to confirm my friend Pam Bondi for U.S. Attorney General. Congratulations, Attorney General Bondi. You'll be the greatest Attorney General." Trump will task Bondi with reshaping the Department of Justice, which had become highly politicized under her predecessor, Merrick Garland. The DOJ that launched investigations, one after another, into Trump, jailed nearly 2,000 people from the January 6th. Let's see. Senator Eric Schmidt of Missouri, a former Missouri Attorney General, says, "I want to congratulate Pam on her confirmation as next U.S. Attorney General." And, of course, the accolades continue to come in across the board. On the other nomination, President Trump's contentious nomination of Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence, also cleared a major hurdle this past day when the Senate committee backed her for confirmation despite doubts about her lack of experience and past statements seen as supporting U.S. adversaries. Senator Tom Cotton, a chair of the Intelligence Committee in the Senate, told reporters the panel had voted to report Gabbard's nomination favorably to the full Senate. Now, this was a narrow 9-8 vote. Several committee members said two sources familiar with the result said it was pretty much along party lines. Every Republican on the committee backed Gabbard. Every Democrat voted against her. There's not a date yet announced for her to be considered by the full 100-member Senate, where she cannot afford to lose the support of more than 3 of Trump's fellow Republicans to still be confirmed. Unified Democrat opposition. Okay, so one by one, step at a time, moving forward with confirmation hearings. Let's get a quick weather update here. The stormy pattern that's ramping up across the central and eastern states starting later today, while the first significant push of rain, snow, and ice will advance eastward across the nation from the middle to latter part of this week. A secondary round of active weather will soon follow this weekend. All right, behind this initial storm starting later today, cold air is going to sweep southward out of Canada. Temperatures dropping anywhere from 5 to 10 degrees lower than we have been seeing the last couple of days. Many locations across the Ohio Valley and the Northeast, well, we'll see the roller coaster of temperature rises and falls as the latter half of the week progresses here. Residents in Pittsburgh, you'll see one of the most dramatic teases this week as high temperatures crest the 60-degree mark Thursday with rain, maybe even a thunderstorm. This burst of warmth will quickly be rescinded as temperatures drop back into the 20s Thursday night and only rise back into the 30s by Friday. Talk about what a difference a day can make. Following the burst of Arctic air, wintry weather and persistent clouds may be experienced across the north. Residents may be grateful to even have a fleeting moment of warmth and spring-like conditions later this week before that wintry pattern returns with a vengeance. Most cities like Indianapolis, Detroit, Columbus, Ohio, we'll see a brief dry period Friday as high pressure glides across the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, but it will not last long. The next weather maker will become more organized across the plains, shifting into the Ohio Valley Friday evening on into Friday night, bringing with it a swath of rain along the southern flank, another corridor of ice and snow on the northern edges. Since the storms this week are affecting similar regions in such close succession, the impact of the weekend storm maybe could double down and potentially be worse than this initial midweek storm. Road crews cleaning up that first round of snow, treating pavement for the ice, could become somewhat strained, especially due to the timing of that second storm. And they'll be probably having to work in shifts right on through the weekend. And then, of course, there's more stacked up. Systems kind of packed and stacked right through mid-February and maybe beyond. 844-844-3388 is our number. You'd like to jump on board, got a Wednesday hump day, as we like to call it, coming on. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is giving credit to President Trump for the ceasefire deal in Gaza.
Speaking in the Oval Office, Netanyahu did not mention former President Biden, but said he felt Trump has done a good job in office.
I think President Trump added great force and powerful leadership to this effort. I appreciate it.
Trump spoke more on his desire to move Palestinians out of Gaza, saying he envisions a move being a permanent relocation to a new homeland, adding that the people have experienced nothing but death and destruction. I'm Brian Shook.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says he's the acting director of USAID.
He criticized the agency responsible for foreign aid.
It's been 20 or 30 years where people have tried to reform it, and it refuses to reform. It refuses to cooperate. When we were in Congress, we couldn't even get answers to basic questions about programs. That will not continue. That's not going to continue.
Monday's development comes after Elon Musk said the agency responsible for foreign aid is beyond repair, and the Trump administration is working to shut it down. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The largest federal government employee union is suing the Trump administration over the buyout offer for workers. The union called the buyouts an arbitrary, unlawful, short-fused ultimatum which workers may not be able to enforce. The lawsuit says Trump's administration violated the Administrative Procedures Act by making an offer they don't have the funds to back, and says they've offered conflicting guidance about how it's structured. The United States Postal Service is no longer accepting packages from China or Hong Kong.
On Tuesday, USPS released a statement saying they are suspending international package acceptance from China and Hong Kong posts until further notice. Letters and flat envelopes will still be accepted. The news comes days after President Trump announced a 10% tariff against China and after China imposed retaliatory tariffs of their own. I'm Mark Meadfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join Medi-Share. It's a good question. Medi-Share members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of Medi-Share members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this, up to $500 a month with Medi-Share. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
The recent fires in and around L.A. have affected a lot of people in the entertainment business.
For some of them, they didn't only lose their homes, they also lost their studios, equipment, instruments, literally everything they used to make a living. Now Representatives Judy Chu and Vern Buchanan have co-authored a bipartisan bill to renew the Performing Arts Tax Parity Act. It would let people in entertainment deduct the cost of replacing those things while they continue to recover from the fires. It would cover pretty much anything an actor or musician would need in order to be able to audition or work. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
An upstate New York judge has turned in his robe after saying he could not serve on a jury because he believes all defendants are guilty.
Even town court justices get called for jury duty. Justice Richard Snyder just resigned after he was hit with a misconduct charge from a state judicial commission for his excuse to get out of that duty. He told the Rensselaer County judge impaneling a grand jury he couldn't serve because, in his words, quote, everybody who come in front of me are guilty. Snyder, who's not an attorney, served for about a decade on the Petersburg Town Court, Andrew Whitman, New York.
Washington Governor Bob Ferguson says the state needs to know the impact of data centers.
Data centers are buildings that contain thousands of computers to store data and run programs. They are the heart of the internet. They also consume massive amounts of electricity. The work group will recommend policies and actions for addressing energy use and impacts on the economy and job market. They'll meet several times this year and present recommendations in December. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, rolling into Hump Day. Just like that, midweek coming on. Some of our friends chiming in here. Let me see. Gerundio says, Trump is doing too much? Yeah, thank God. Yeah, we're paying the blanket bill for the entire globe. Keep going, Trump. Pedal to the metal. Yeah, this is the USA. The United States can walk and chew gum. We're making up for 40 years of weakling cowards running the show. Enough with the phony hysteria about Trump. The same sellout traitors cannot handle the MAGA smoke. Okay. Who else on board? Yeah, let me see. Let's just get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. All right, I do believe Jack is on board. Is that right, Jack from Lexington? Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, you're right. Well, I hear Trump's doing too much. I don't see how. Every time I pick up my phone and see the news, it's more good news. I cannot. I just pinch myself of what he's accomplishing or trying to accomplish. I feel like with Elon, I know he's the richest man in the world, but I feel like he is there as a representative for me.
I think there's many Americans that feel the same way. He's taking a commonsensical businessman approach, looking at the wasteful spending. I mean, anyone that runs a major business operation, that's what they have to do. They have to fine tune. And I mean, everyone but the federal government actually has a budget they have to stick to. Yeah, just only for whatever reason, the federal government can spend and spend and spend with no limits.
Right. Well, the press secretary reading that list of debauchery that we've been funding.
Yeah.
That just made my day. I mean, we're taking this crap that's been hidden in the shadows for decades and shining light on it. How can you defend that kind of waste?
Indefensible. That would be the answer.
It is.
It is. And finally, someone actually willing to take it on and say shed some light on it. It's been going on for a long, long time behind the scenes, and never before has an administration actually opened up. And they all talk about transparency. We're going to be the most transparent administration ever. They've all said that. All right, a couple of other comments. Talking about going back to the whole Gaza Strip, the Palestinian thing. Salty said the land belongs to the Palestinians. Daniel, he said, I think the real problem is you got a bunch of these terrorists that don't want to leave Gaza because they've already got their tunnels built, their infrastructure set to carry out their terror raids against Israel. Why would they want to move to a different location? Yeah, they'd have to rebuild all their tunnels. Hired gun. He says, the whole strip's only 6 miles wide, 24 miles long. I'm still trying to figure out how they fit 2.5 million people in that little area to begin with. Meanwhile, let's see, the peanut farmer Jimmy Carter was one of the worst presidents. Yeah, you look at all the strife and trouble that Jimmy caused due to his incompetent policies in the Middle East. And Joe Biden took a page out of Jimmy's playbook and did the exact same thing that Carter did to screw up the USA back in the 70s. I don't think Trump is doing anything wrong other than putting America first. I'd rather have a president like Truman with the belief of walk softly and carry a big stick, which is exactly what Trump is doing. And he's made it very clear America has new leadership. America's no longer going to be put up with what's been happening. He's taken a stand. No more, which is exactly why I voted for President Trump. All right, varying sentiments there. There was one other, what walk softly, carry a big stick. When it comes to Iran, Trump actually addressed them this past day, kind of serving them notice. Iran has been threatening for years to take out Trump and others that were in leadership during the first administration. Trump said Tuesday, if Iran carries out his assassination, advisors will ensure that country is obliterated. While signing an executive order imposing maximum pressure on Tehran, the president said he has left instructions if something were to happen to him. That would be a terrible thing for them to do. If they did that, they would be obliterated. That would be the end. There won't be anything left. Now, he said former President Biden should have said that, but did not due to a lack of intelligence. The Justice Department, of course, confirmed back in November that they had already thwarted an Iranian plot to kill Trump. In the weeks leading up to the election, a criminal complaint filed in September noted an official in Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps had asked Farhad Shakiri, 51 years old, of Iran, to focus on surveilling and ultimately assassinating Trump. Shakiri immigrated to the U.S. as a child, was deported about 17 years ago after serving 14 years in prison for a robbery conviction. According to the Department of Justice, he was allegedly tasked on October 7 of last year with providing a plan to kill Trump, according to authorities. Now, Shakiri has not yet been apprehended, is believed to be living in Iran, according to the Justice Department. But Trump said this past day, I'm signing this, and it's a very powerful document, but hopefully we're not going to have to use it. So, Iran is on notice. It is 844-844-3388. Carl checking in once again this Wednesday morning. Carl.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Appreciate it. There's a lot of stuff that's going on, okay? Like I said last night, Trump is the working president, okay? Mm-hmm. He is the man who has come into the office, and it's a shock to most people. I've listened to the comments. Some of the people are saying he's stupid, he's doing stupid things, and what I've got to say about that is ask the question, when has he been stupid so far? When and how is he stupid? How is it stupid to go to Gaza and to fight for our friend over there with Israel? What do we do for our friends and our family when they're in distress? What do we do for them? Okay, do we just let them go? Do we just say, well, I hope you can work it out, or do we tell them, nah, we're not going to give you what you need. We're not going to give you this or that. We're going to just let you be basically on your own. Okay, that's what Joe Biden did with Israel already. Okay, I hope you don't cut me off, Steve. I'd like you to hear me out, okay? Because I've got some important things to say here. It is very important about Gaza, okay? The seriousness of this issue is so serious that we do need to occupy that territory. We do need to take it over. We do need to straighten it out, finally, okay? Because this has been going on since biblical times. You know what really is stupid? What's stupid is a two-state solution over there. That's what's stupid, because it's never worked. Never. We've tried that. We've already stood by. We've stood by and watched it. We've stood by and watched all the missiles and everything go into Israel. Even while Biden was saying, okay, yeah, Israel, we're your friend. We're going to protect you and this, that, and the other. Iran is sending missiles 300 at a time to Israel, and we're having to defend that with billions of dollars, okay, of defense over there. How much is it costing us, and how much will it cost us in the future to take care of all that problem over there if we do not occupy that small little strip over there of 6 miles wide and 24 miles long? Okay? We need to occupy that territory, and we need to take care of Israel. We need to supply some stability to that area. Okay? What did your son go to Afghanistan for, Steve? He went over there to help supply peace. Okay? And then Biden came in. Biden came in after everybody had done everything they did in Afghanistan for 20 years. We were there. We were there for 20 years. And what happened when Biden came in? He did this stupid withdrawal. That's what's stupid, okay? There you go. That's what's stupid right there. We built that airport in Afghanistan. We built it. We built that airport, and that was what we were going to do, is supply some stability in that area over there. But no, Biden didn't want to have no part of that. So he just allowed it to be a chaotic situation, and it killed 13 members of our military, of our own military. He should have been brought up on charges for that. Him and Milley, too, as well, okay, for that stupid withdrawal over there. That was stupid, okay? And then here we are dealing with China here on tariffs. All right, tariffs. It's worked with Mexico and Canada, as we've seen already. It's a measure to bring people to the table and to discuss what they really need to do, okay? And that's what Trump does. It's not stupid. It's genius, okay? That's the term. It's genius. There's no way it's stupid. It's genius. There is no way anybody could prove that he has done one stupid thing since he has been in office, in the first term or this one. And he's not going to do anything stupid either, okay? Every idea he's came up with has been super genius. And Elon Musk, too, as well, okay? Elon Musk, he's exposing. What is this USAID program? I never heard of it. I never heard of it. And here we are paying millions of dollars of our taxpayer dollars to this nonsense that Caroline Leavitt read off on the... It just made my blood boil when I heard all of that. And she even said, well, this is not all either, okay?
Oh, yeah.
There's more. There's more, way more to this, okay? And here we are, okay? This is just a couple weeks in office here. Huh. Hey, what have we done here? This country has really done a lot of stupid things, okay? And China, getting back to China, okay, on this, it wouldn't bother me a bit if Trump said, here's what we're going to do today, okay? And I guarantee you this will bring China to the table, okay? Here's what we're going to do today. We're not going to take anything from China right now. We're not going to take anything. We're not going to send anything to China right now. We're halting shipments to them, and we're not going to take nothing from them either. That's right. As of right now, we're not going to do any business with China right now. None whatsoever. We're not going to do a thing. That's not stupid. It's genius. Okay? That will bring China to the table in a heartbeat. They will not allow that to happen. They will come in. What do you need, Mr. Trump? What do you need? Okay? That's exactly what they would do. And here this business is, Trump's not even got around to Ukraine and Russia yet. That's coming. Okay? That one's coming right there. When he sends Russia the ultimatum that they deserve, okay? They deserve an ultimatum, and they're going to get it. Just wait and see. They're going to get their ultimatum, and they're going to get out of Ukraine. And that's going to be here within this year. It's going to be within this year. He's going to tell Ukraine what's going to happen, and that it's going to happen. Russia's going to get out of there, okay? And it's going to be that simple, all right? Because Russia's going to take it, and it's not stupid either, okay? And they're going to say, well, I guess we do better go, you know? Yeah, they better get out of there. And Gaza Strip needs a stability force over there. They need it. That's what they need. And, yeah, you can build condos over there for the vetted people. You need to vet the people, okay? You need to vet them and bring them in and as you vet them, okay? Because they don't deserve to live there with Hamas living with them at the same time, and Hezbollah and the Houthis and everybody else in Iran over there, okay, just saying, yeah, we're going to send some missiles over there to Israel. Okay, thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right. There you go, Carl. Have a great morning. Thanks for chiming in. 22 past the hour. So Waffle House makes the announcement this past day. Egg prices. It's affecting their bottom line. The continuing egg shortage caused by the bird flu has caused a dramatic increase in egg prices. Consumers and restaurants are being forced to make difficult decisions. Effective February 3rd, Waffle House has implemented a temporary 50-cent per egg surcharge to all menus. Rather than increasing prices across the entire menu, this is a temporary targeted surcharge tied to the unprecedented rise in egg prices. As long as they are available, quality, fresh cracked, grade A large eggs will remain a key ingredient in many of our customers' favorite meals. While we hope these price fluctuations will be short-lived, we cannot predict how long this shortfall or shortage is going to last. We are continuously monitoring egg prices and will adjust or remove the surcharge as market conditions allow. So I guess if you get your all-American breakfast meal with 2 eggs, you're going to pay $1 more for that right now because you got 2 eggs, right? It is 844-844-3388. Hello to the lovely Dingbat. Wacky Wednesday. Some interesting facts. Please make sure your tray tables are in the upright, locked position. For our today's national days, it is National Weather Person's Day. It is National Shower with a Friend Day. Okay. It is National Chocolate Fondue Day. It is National Signing Day. National Pork Rind Day. And it is National Nutella Day. It is National Monarch Butterfly Day. Last but certainly not least, it is National Fart Day. National Fart Day. Really? Where did they come up with this stuff? This date in history. In the year 1900, the U.S. and the U.K. signed a treaty for the Panama Canal, which is heavily in discussion right now. 1919, United Artist Film Studio, founded by Charlie Chaplin Douglas Fairbanks and Mary Pickford. 1936, the National Wildlife Federation forms. 1945, on this day, General Douglas MacArthur entered Manila in the Philippines. 1953, Peter Pan premieres at the Roxy Theater in New York City. Just in time for the Super Bowl, Vince Lombardi becomes part owner, vice president, general manager, and head coach of the Washington Redskins. On that same day, 1990, Notre Dame becomes the first school to sell the broadcasting rights to a major network. And lastly on the list, 1992, jury selection trial for the Los Angeles police officers in the Rodney King incident. Number of events. Interesting. This date in history. Who was it? I think maybe it was Brain Dead that forwarded this my way this past day. Talking about for a century, the NFL has entrusted the tricky task of measuring first downs to what we call the chain gang. Yeah, the group that, as the name implies, handles the chains that demarcate the 10-yard distances. The crew's role may soon change thanks to technology. The league is considering using an electronic system to measure first downs in the 2025 season, according to a Saturday evening report from the Washington Post. Now, the first thing I thought was, talking last week with Knucklebuster, to which I was unawares that they've got these electronic chips in the actual footballs, in the shoes, helmets, and so many other sports, golf balls. I mean, I thought they were talking maybe using that technology. It is not that, apparently. The system which the NFL tested in recent seasons would involve the football being spotted manually on the field, on-field officials, before the electronic system would determine whether that spot resulted in a first down. They point out the NFL would not use a chip in the ball to calibrate its spot. Now, that's something fans have been pushing for a long time. What they experimented with was what has made the tennis, the revolutionary Hawkeye technology. They were using that this past preseason, opted not to use it in the regular season this past. Discussions over the most effective means of spotting the ball obviously have returned to the news after the coin flip spot altered the complexion of the Kansas City Chiefs win over the Buffalo Bills in the AFC Championship game. But so the Hawkeye technology, when they can do the replay and the camera can zoom in exactly where that ball hit. Was it on the line, off the line? Interesting technology.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is giving credit to President Trump for the ceasefire deal in Gaza.
Speaking in the Oval Office, Netanyahu did not mention former President Biden, but said he felt Trump has done a good job in office.
I think President Trump added great force and powerful leadership to this effort. I appreciate it.
Trump spoke more on his desire to move Palestinians out of Gaza, saying he envisions a move being a permanent relocation to a new homeland, adding that the people have experienced nothing but death and destruction. I'm Brian Shook.
The United States Postal Service is no longer accepting packages from China or Hong Kong.
On Tuesday, USPS released a statement saying they are suspending international package acceptance from China and Hong Kong posts until further notice. Letters and flat envelopes will still be accepted. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join Medishare. It's a good question. Medi-Share members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of Medi-Share members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this, up to $500 a month with Medi-Share. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Meanwhile, in the state of Arizona, a lawmaker has introduced a bill to punish drivers who tie up traffic driving slowly in the left lane. That never happens. State Representative Teresa Martinez introducing House Bill 2235 to keep drivers from lingering in the left lane. And she's calling for hefty fines, $500. For drivers who travel at lower speeds in the left lane on any 2-lane interstate in Arizona. It also calls on the state and local transportation departments to erect large roadside signs that read, "Left lane for passing only. Slow traffic, keep right." Those signs would be accompanied by smaller signs warning of a $500 fine. Now, most states, including Arizona, already prohibit driving slowly in the left lane, but Martinez hopes that her bill will strengthen that law and encourage drivers to actually change their bad behavior. She said, you've got 5, 7, 10, 15 cars backed up. They're getting frustrated. Then they pass on the right. That's where you get your accidents. So the bill passed through committee, is now under consideration in the full House there in Arizona. The bigger question comes into mind. You've got a posted speed limit, right? And this, I think, is the kicker. Speed limit 70 miles an hour. The general flow of traffic may be running 75 or 80. But the individual in the left lane says, I'm doing the speed limit. I'm not going to break that's the mentality, but it happens every day. If the general flow is going to be faster than the speed limit, move your ass over and let them go ahead, and maybe they'll get a ticket for doing 80 miles an hour, but stop blocking up traffic. And of course, then they still talking about wanting to put speed limiters, governors on all commercial vehicles. You talk about bad unintended consequences. Of course, with the new administration, I think we can maybe say adieu, farewell to the speed limiter mandate in the coming 4 years at least, maybe longer. To the right-wing nut. It's been a while. Good morning, Nut.
Yes, right-wing nut, yeah. Yes, so long, farewell, I'll be to saying goodbye. Yeah, it's at least for the next 4 years. I need me an adult beverage, high octane. I don't know where I can get one here in the state of Utah. I think they're only 3.2 on the beer, to tell you the truth. And even then, that's kind of weak. Yeah, I tell you what, I was going to say my piece about Eagle and his complaints, but I think we've already covered it, so that's pretty good. You know, Trump did say at one time he's going to be so successful, people are going to be griping because he's too successful. And he ain't even been in office 3 weeks. Well, he probably has now, but yeah, he's showing everybody what you can do with the power that's authorized by the position of his office. I mean, we had a bump on the log that would crap himself in front of the Pope. Not that I give a hoot in hell about that. Or fart in front of the royal couple there in England. You know, just being a damned embarrassment to everybody over here. You know, it's finally time we got someone that's out there doing something for you and me. And the stuff that he says, they may sound outlandish, but he's not going up and pulling stuff out his hind end saying, hey, look at this. He's got something to say, and he's been proven right every single time. So, you know, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, there's sometimes he says things and I'm like, I really wish you wouldn't have said that. But all in all, the man has been proven right. He's thinking 10 to 15 steps ahead what anyone else out here is thinking. Everyone else, well, we're stepping on toes. We're gonna be making enemies. Well, sometimes you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet, and now it costs more. But, you know, I don't see a problem with it. It's business. We need a businessman in office. Hey, guess what? We got one. So what is the problem? I don't see it. Anything that this man touches has turned to gold. So let him do what he does best. He's a businessman. And yeah, some will say, well, he's got bankruptcies. Well, hell yeah, anybody that does business, you know, with as many businesses as he's got, he's going to be successful in some endeavors, and there's going to be a couple that he's going to learn from. But, I mean, the man has done, it's not like he didn't tell you what he was going to do. He told you exactly what he was going to do on the campaign trail. By God, he's doing it. And now you got the audacity to gripe about it? I swear. Now, the Panama Canal and Jimmy Carter. You know what? That was a mistake. He should have never done what he did in 79. He should have never given that away. As a lot of American dollars and a lot of American lives that were spent building that darn thing. And while I was down there with Heat Wave, we were at Howard Air Force Base, Panama. Oh, I tell you what, there's some good fishing down there. They've got a bridge going over the southern end of the country. It's called the Bridge of the Americas. It's a 3-lane high bridge. It must be at least 100 stories up there if it's 50. I mean, it is dadgum high. And it's not just because of the ships out there that got to come through. I mean, you could look down in the smokestacks and see the fires in the belly of them ships. I mean, that's how high up you are. Well, ever since Panama's got it, the damn bridge is coming apart. At parts where there's holes in the bridge where the concrete used to be, now everybody's driving around it. But where the hell's all that money they were supposed to be making to take care of that bridge, the infrastructure, the train tracks that go alongside that canal? You know, I mean, it's amazing. The bearings for those big doors, I mean, made back in 1903, 1910, whenever the hell that thing was built. A person, once those locks are drained, can move each one of them doors by themselves with very little effort. We put a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of thinking in there. And to have the Chinese decide they're going to build a bridge over the canal and then block it at their leisure because they ain't happy. No, that ain't going to happen. That ain't going to happen. So, yeah, you know what? Tariffs are one thing. I mean, that's got Colombia or Venezuela coming up here, picking up their prisoners or their rejects in the presidential planes. So, I mean, what more do you want? Mexico says, yes, they will take care of their southern border. Canada says they're going to take care of their southern border. So our north and south borders are taken care of. And who in the hell can make money when you have a deficit trading? What are we, 250 billion behind, or million, or whatever the hell it is, with Canada? And Mexico takes every opportunity. We're in the red with them. Why is it so bad to say, you know what, we're leveling the playing field, and this is how you're going to act?
Yeah.
If China wants to throw 15% on us for our goods, you know what, throw another 5%, match it, and then let's take them to the table and find out just what in the hell we got to do to make this a level playing field where everybody gets a little bit of something. So with that, I'm going to let you go. The wind's getting a little rowdy out of here, and the tractor's getting tall, so I need to concentrate on driving. You have yourself a good night.
Safe travels out there. The right-wing nut. Emphasis. 844-844-3388. Separately, Google has reported that dozens of cyber criminal organizations from countries including North Korea and China are misusing their Gemini artificial intelligence platform to enhance their cyber attacks. Artificial intelligence, we've been saying for years now. It could be a great tool to enhance medical achievements and numerous feats otherwise unachievable, but it could be very detrimental if it falls into the hands of nefarious players, criminals. Tech Radar reports that in a recent in-depth analysis, Google's threat intelligence group has revealed cyber criminals from various countries, Iran, North Korea, Russia, China, are exploiting the company's artificial intelligence solution, Gemini, to bolster their malicious activities. They highlight how these threat actors are utilizing the platform to refine their existing attack methods, although they have not yet discovered any novel capabilities. According to Google's findings, the cyber criminals are primarily using Gemini for reconnaissance, vulnerability research, scripting and development, translation, and explanation. Deeper system access and post-compromise actions. They observed a total of 57 different groups abusing the platform, more than 20 of those originating from China. Among the North Korean threat actors using Gemini, Apt42 stood out as a significant player, accounting for over 30% of the country's threat actor activity on the platform. Apt42's Gemini usage reflected the group's emphasis on crafting successful phishing campaigns. They employed Gemini to conduct reconnaissance on individual policy and defense experts, as well as organizations of interest. Additionally, Apt42 leveraged Gemini's text generation and editing capabilities to create phishing messages, particularly targeting U.S. defense organizations. They also utilized Gemini for translation and localization purposes, tailoring their content to local culture and language. Since the launch of ChatGPT, security researchers have been cautioning about the potential abuse of artificial intelligence in cybercrime. Previously, one of the most effective ways to identify phishing attacks was to look for spelling and grammar errors, inconsistent wording. You knew oftentimes these messages would be coming from, a foreign country. It's like, we don't talk like that. That's not proper grammar. With artificial intelligence handling the writing, transcribing what they're trying to say, that method has become nearly obsolete, forcing security professionals to develop new approaches to combat those threats. This is a reminder of the growing sophistication of cybercriminals and their ability to adapt and exploit some of these emerging technologies for their malicious purposes. As AI continues to advance, it's crucial for organizations and individuals to be vigilant and proactive in their cybersecurity efforts. Stay informed about the latest threats, implement robust security measures, educate employees about the risks associated with phishing and other social engineering effects. And we return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, get back at it here at 844-844-3388. See what Vic has on his mind. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning. Before we get started here, did you say Pam Bondi? Did she get the official Senate confirmation? Is she now the Attorney General?
That is correct.
I must have missed
yes, that is correct. And,
Oh.
and Tulsi Gabbard moves on to a full Senate vote in the days. They haven't set a date yet, but she came up, passed into the committee there. So,
Okay. Yeah, well, I've been watching Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr. more closely, and Tulsi Gabbard, she was actually targeted by the Chinese communists in some form or fashion whenever she was in the House there from Hawaii or whatever it was. And then RFK Jr., the reason they keep fussing at him was because of the vaccine thing. And real quick, you were mentioning about not taking anything from China. I hate to say this, but they pretty much cut off all of our medicine. Remember, we went through COVID.
Right.
They found out that we don't even make
no antibiotics, and that would be a bad thing. And you are correct there. And we all the way back. It's been 4+ years now, Vic. And were we not talking about we need to make a change and start bringing some of this manufacturing back here just in case something bad were to happen? Why have they not moved in 4 years on manufacturing antibiotics here?
That's a great mystery to me. As a matter of fact, they've passed certain laws to where you can't re-import stuff into the United States because a lot of average people along the Canadian and Mexican borders, they were actually going to those two countries to buy some of their medicines. And of course, like anything, you're going to get some bad players in there. And they were doing selling, it was the mail order pharmacy thing. And I don't know how much of the efficacy of the drugs was actually there, but I know my daughter, who was a pharmacist, she was highly upset because it was really not a laughing matter, because that's what she was talking about, a lot of those mail order pharmacies and stuff. And they said they could do it cheaper coming out of Canada. And sometimes they really weren't coming out of Canada. They were just making, I guess you'd say, designer drugs. And rather than going to the local pharmacy and getting them. But before I get too far down the weeds on that, back to RFK and the vaccines. If you thought RNA vaccines were bad, I was shocked to find out that they are actually working on DNA vaccines. Now that's pretty scary. And the other thing is, from China, they have a weakened virus. They're called attenuated viruses, but they're live viruses. And the reason they say that they're better than the normal vaccines where you have the killed viruses is on the killed viruses, you have to get a booster every so often. And that's the Bulgarian people that caught China sending the live organisms and making vaccines out of them. I don't know if they were talking about the weakened viruses, the live viruses, or if they were actually live viruses. But I do know that, again, back to when my daughter worked in corporate intelligence there for Eli Lilly, and Eli Lilly went over there and went over to China and tried to open a lab, and they just said their procedures over here, we just can't. We can't stand them or take a chance on them or risk them, and they just closed up their operation and said to heck with it because they weren't using proper lab procedures, and that was before all the COVID and everything else broke out. So that's the whole thing there with cutting off like China and everything else, and that's what I was talking about with Trump. You know, he's not getting his full team in place, and it does look to me like he did proper research on it, but and get his team in place, and he's, I guess for lack of a better word, did you ever watch very many Western movies when you were a kid, and they'd have the shaved tail lieutenant come out to the west, and an Indian would show up on the ridge, and he'd say, okay, we'll assemble the troops and go out, and they go over the ridge, and lo and behold, they find the whole Indian nation on the other side of the ridge.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you, so, and that's the only point that I was making is that let's slow down here and put a little thought to this, and that's like saying that he's left an executive order to bomb Iran back to smithereens if he was assassinated. Well, once that happens, I don't know who's going to do that, because only the president really has the authority to issue a nuclear attack. So, you know, whoever would be the president, if he's assassinated while in office, that would be the person that makes that decision. And ordinarily, something like that would be handled by the intelligence community. And all I can say is about the intelligence community is they have been pretty sorry for the last 40, 50 years. You know, the whole 9/11 attack. I don't know how that got through. They've had all kinds of excuses. The CIA says, well, we handed it off to the FBI in San Diego, and FBI says, no, you didn't. And
right. Yeah, the whole lack of communication. Hey, we got to take a pause there. We'll be right back.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 46. The nomination is confirmed.
And with that, the Senate has confirmed Pam Bondi as Attorney General, with Democratic Senator John Fetterman joining Republicans to vote in favor of her, giving her control of the Department of Justice. Georgia's former Congressman Doug Collins has been confirmed to lead the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs.
The U.S. Senate overwhelmingly voted him in on Tuesday, 77-23. During his confirmation hearing on January 21st, Collins testified that while serving as chaplain in the U.S. Air Force Reserve with the rank of colonel at Warner Robins, he learned how to lead.
Leadership is about listening, but it's also about leading. It's also about taking the men and women that you serve with and making sure that you're putting their needs first.
President Trump's nominee will oversee a $350 billion budget and nearly 200 medical centers addressing the evolving health care needs of younger vets from recent conflicts. I'm Liz Kennedy.
San Diego's top business organization says they have major concerns about the president's plans for tariffs against Mexico and Canada, and that's despite the one-month pause.
The San Diego Chamber strongly opposes tariffs.
That's San Diego Regional Chamber President and CEO Jessica Anderson. She says the chamber has helped craft special and unique business relationships with Mexico.
We're not just trading with Mexico, we're really producing together. Taxing an import winds up translating into a tax on U.S. customers because we have these integrated supply chains.
Anderson says these fees could lead to higher prices, job loss, and eventually companies going out of business. I'm Phil Farrar.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 134 points. The S&P 500 added 43 points. The Nasdaq climbed 262 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu say their ties are unbreakable.
You are the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House.
Trump and Netanyahu met at the White House today, with Netanyahu becoming the first foreign leader to meet with Trump during his second term. The president said the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip and own it, and added the U.S. is a respected nation once again, while saying there was no threat from Iran while he was in office.
Oh my God!
At least 10 people have been shot and killed at an adult education facility in Örebro, Sweden, west of Stockholm. Police say they're still investigating, and the extent of the injuries is unclear. Andreas Sudling is a student at Campus Ryberska. He spoke with Sky News.
After maybe 2 hours, the police came, and when they took us out from the classroom, when I passed the entrance to the school, I looked down and there was blood everywhere.
This is being called the worst mass shooting in Sweden's history. The FDA is upping its broccoli recall to the most serious category.
California company Braga Fresh initially issued an advisory for a specific lot of its broccoli florets in December after Health and Human Services workers found listeria in several samples from a Texas Walmart. No illnesses have been reported. The product was distributed to Walmart stores in 20 states across the nation. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, coming up in this hour as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Wednesday. Hump Day, 5th day of February. Yeah, a lot of discussion on our Tuesday morning program. Implementing the tariffs on Canada, Mexico. Less than 24 hours later, coming to an agreement, a 30-day suspension, which means they could come back. I was of the mindset that, feeling pretty confident that in that 30-day time frame, negotiations will be taking place. And I feel pretty strongly Mexico and Canada will do enough for Trump to not ultimately go ahead and implement those tariffs. Apparently there are others that are not of that mindset, very concerned that, even though they got a 30-day reprieve, that those tariffs may still be forthcoming. So I will share with you some of the breakdown from FreightWaves this past day. Philip actually brought that up on the program, talking about the potential impacts on transit. Many possible implications. The automotive industry, they say, could see a massive shakeup if indeed those tariffs on Canada and Mexico are ultimately put in place. So I thought it was a pretty interesting breakdown, and they really did share how what kind of implications it would have, and it would be pretty big. Let's just hope cooler heads will prevail, right? And they'll come to an agreement. Meanwhile, let me get back and all right, Vic, I had to take care of the news break. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah. Thanks for holding me over there. But you were mentioning about that. They built Interstate 69 supposedly to be the belt, or the whatever you want to say, the connection between Mexico and Detroit. It was built primarily, or sold to the American public primarily, as a way to have the auto manufacturing or the auto parts manufacturing there in Mexico, and then being able to ship either the whole vehicle or parts or whatever up to Michigan to final assembly. And of course, Michigan they're connected over into Canada there, with Windsor there, with Windsor. And so, actually, the car I have now was assembled in Windsor, Ontario. So, but there's so much there that people that have to plan, these companies, they just don't go from day to day. They have to have an annual budget and 5-year projections and the whole 9 yards. And the way that Trump was going at this, it was making a lot of problems in the private industry for them to, what are we going to do? As far as obtaining financing or selling bonds or to get capital, and it's not an easy thing, and it kind of surprised me out of Trump, because him being in business all those years, I would have thought he'd had a little better understanding of that. But I do know that, let's see, Trump, what did he spend, 4 years being sued by anybody and everybody, and on rather specious charges. That'll kind of do a number on your psyche, I guess you would say. So I don't know if he's a little bit anxious to make sure that he gets all this stuff done, but I know there's a lot of things that need to get done, but you have to assemble your resources and decide how you're going to use them. And the deal there, I was just thinking, you were talking about Mexico and all that. I didn't like to get on the Freightliner circuit, but every now and then I'd get on the Freightliner circuit. And one of the places was over at Statesville, North Carolina. And I think that particular plant, they shut it down or greatly reduced it. And they went to Mexico and started assembling plants and assembling the vehicles there. And even before that, I know International tried to go down there to Mexico, and their manufacturing procedures are so bad, especially in the wiring, they'd have to send trucks back up to Fort Wayne and have them go through the checks up there and do a lot of the work, because anybody that went to Mexico at one time, they did what they called was cold solder, because whenever you solder, you're supposed to heat up the metal and let the metal melt the solder, but you can just melt the solder and drop it onto the metal and it doesn't bond right. And that's when you get into all these different, with all these electronics, that's when you get into all these opens and short circuits and everything else. So we have some problems there as far as, Mexico. I don't know if their procedures are improved or not, but back to the whole thing with Trump there, that it's just that the way that he approached it all, it just didn't seem to me like that he was really assessing everything. And something that's kind of scary, if you look up engineers that working for defense contractors that are spying from China, you'll be amazed how many will show up. And when my son was going through a divorce in 2007 and working for L3, which had Homeland Security contracts to change the old P-3 Orion planes, the sub-hunters, into surveillance planes for the border. He lost his security clearance because of his finances, and he would have to get off the plane whenever they would come on there to put the avionics in there and all the surveillance equipment, and then he'd have to, because he was working on the chassis and everything on the plane, and a lot of them were pretty rusted out. But anyway, that I found that kind of interesting, because at the same time he was doing that, there was a whole family of Chinese people that were working for the same company, L3, and I forget what, anyway, it starts with a P, their defense contractor, and they were selling Navy secrets to it, because the Navy were making their subs to where they couldn't track this. They couldn't get a sonar track on them, because if they can get a sonar track on a sub, they know they can find out where the position of it is. And there was something else, but I remember it was that electrostatic drive that was real quiet. And it just struck me as odd, because my son wouldn't even think about, doing anything like that. But because going through the divorce, it was a lot worse than what it was. His lawyers sold him out, because after they got done with the divorce, he got an appointment as a family law judge down in Texas. So I can tell you a lot about the Texas justice system too. But anyway, there are things that are going on in the intelligence agency that has gotten us into a lot of problems. We got into Afghanistan because a guy that was in Vietnam became a Texas congressman. He decided that we need to go to Afghanistan and upset the Soviets. Then we had the Mujahideen, and that's where what's called Osama bin Laden. That's where he got started with Al Qaeda. I mean, they look at the failures. Every place where there's been a CIA operation or intelligence operation, there's also seemed to have been an awful lot of drug activity. So, I mean, it just goes on and on and on, Steve. So Trump has a big job ahead of him, but the point of it is you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And he's getting rid of a lot of these intelligence people. That is such a convoluted position. It takes some in-depth research. You mentioned USAID. That got started with Partners for Peace back in 1960 when it was the Commerce Secretary. He was a Republican. JFK had appointed him. And they worked a lot with the Commodity Credit Corporation out of agriculture. And that's back about the time I was working for USDA. So it kept going and going. But the things that once they started the Peace Corps and AID, and I mean the CIA just locked in there. So all the different foreign countries just figured it was a CIA operation. I think there was one AID person killed in Vietnam. Years later, another one that had worked on the Rice thing, they had transferred him to South America, and he was kidnapped in South America, and they had a whole record on him on what he had done in Vietnam. Because the communist guerrillas in South America, they like to take hostages and stuff. So whenever, but there are some good work done. But just recently there at October 7th, you was talking about gossip. How did they miss that? Well, when I thought about it, I thought, well, Joe Biden came to office and he took a lot of people off a terrorist list. So did they take people, the intelligence community, did they take people off of those Hamas and Hezbollah and all these other people because they no longer had terrorist designation? Who knows? And so, Israel went in there and bombed everything. And again, you look back at Biden, he stood by the wayside when you had these college professors and stuff and students protesting against Israel. Eisenhower said a long time ago, a war will only go on as long as the public will accept it. And that's pretty well true.
Mm-hmm.
So,
all right, there, Vic. I want to move ahead to the more on the tariff thing there. The auto industry, as they were saying. Yeah, Vic, the walking encyclopedia, right? All right, so the tariffs were supposed to kick in Tuesday, 30-day reprieve, right? While many industries, they say, will doubtless be affected by new tariffs, if 30 days from now, the auto industry is uniquely vulnerable. Emboldened by the 1994 NAFTA agreement, the big three automakers, GM, Ford, Stellantis, have developed sprawling cross-border supply chains that range from Canada to Mexico. Roughly 40% of Stellantis vehicles are imported from Mexico or Canada, according to Bank of America. GM imports slightly fewer than a third of its cars and trucks. Ford brings in about a quarter. Now, prior to his first election, 2016, Trump campaigned on renegotiating NAFTA, which he criticized as perhaps the worst trade deal ever made. In a 2018 speech announcing the end of these renegotiations, Trump argued that since the signing of NAFTA, the U.S. had racked up trade deficits totaling more than $2 trillion, that's with a T, with Canada and Mexico losing 4.1 million manufacturing jobs and 1 in 4 auto jobs. The agreement that arose from these talks, called the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, the USMCA, that went into effect in 2020, had preserved duty-free automotive trade while imposing stricter rules of origin for automobiles, mandating 75% of a vehicle's value had to be sourced in a North American country. It also mandated a minimum wage of $16 per hour for many auto workers, helping U.S. manufacturers compete with the low wages in Mexico. As should be obvious after recent developments, the USMCA did not secure a lasting peace between the U.S. and Mexico. U.S. critics, including Trump and former President Joe Biden, suspected that China was using Mexico as a backdoor to circumvent U.S. tariffs on their exports. These critics accused Mexican auto manufacturers of relying on the Chinese steel and aluminum in violation of the USMCA's rules of origin provisions. Now, prior to Sheinbaum, that's Mexico's president, her announcement of a 1-month pause on the tariffs, market reactions to the tariffs were swift and negative. Auto stocks fell sharply. Shares of GM, which has the largest exposure to Mexico by number of vehicles produced, tumbled nearly 8% in pre-market trading. Although GM clawed back some of its losses, it remains below Friday's closing price of $49.46 at the time of writing here. Analysts from Bank of America project that the new tariffs, when or if they come into effect, could inflate the price of vehicles sold in the U.S. by an average of $3,300. Now, that sort of inflation could lead to a yearly decline in auto sales by 1 million. Even cars assembled in the U.S. are not exempt from the tariff shocks. Data indicates that components from Mexico and Canada account for roughly 10% of the value of U.S. manufactured cars, with an additional 5 to 6% coming from Chinese inputs. So at this point, they say given a 1-month stay of execution for Mexican imports, automakers could be expected to expedite shipments and front-load inventories as much as possible. On a January 28th earnings call, GM's CEO, Mary Barra, said, "We are working across our supply chain, logistics network, as well as assembly plants, so we're prepared to mitigate at least any near-term impacts." But she cautioned against making large capital expenditures without greater policy clarity, which highlights the uncertainty that the industry is facing. Again, according to FreightWaves, as the situation continues to evolve, staying informed will be critical for navigating the complex interplay of trade policy, market dynamics, and industry strategy when it comes to the automotive sector. 844-844-3388. Morning to Brain Dead. Happy Hope Day.
Oh, morning to you, Steve. Hey, you were mentioning in Dingbat's thing that National Signing Day. You don't know what that is, do you?
Not a clue.
And I was hoping Big Ed might have been on, but he's probably sleeping, But that's where these high school kids sign their college, their intent letters to go play for a college.
Oh,
like if your local kid in in one of your local high schools wants to go to Ohio State, he signs that letter. And Lane Kiffin, he's a good guy, but he said it best. He said this is no longer recruiting season, this is bidding season. So I mean, I kind of agree with him. But a couple of NASCAR tidbits. Josh Berry is going to have a sponsor, PPG Paint, for the Brickyard 400. And Interstate Batteries is going to be extending its partnership with Joe Gibbs Racing. And Steve, this is one of the longest tenures because they go back, 97, 96, 97. I mean, they go way back. So that's kind of a rarity these days in the world of NASCAR. But you remember Faye Vincent?
Yes.
You heard he passed away over the weekend.
I did not catch that. Did not.
Nope. No, former baseball commissioner. I think if I remember right, he was 96 years old. I could be wrong on the age, but that's a long life.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine what all has happened in his lifetime. But now, Steve, have you heard from our buddy Rick Friend lately?
I come to think, I don't. He's on this morning. He said, "Good morning, Brain Dead." Yep, he's there.
Oh, okay. Well, see, I'm driving. I can't watch the Facebook feed. But now, Rick, if you're listening, we need to get a petition together. We need to get a petition together and get everybody we can to sign it to get Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame. He deserves to be there after this. One of the baseball umpires, I'm going to probably butcher the name here, Pat Hobart. He's he's a tenured referee. I mean, not referee, but umpire for Major League Baseball. He was caught betting using online gambling. Now, remember, I think it was last year or two that they had 4 players that was caught doing online gambling that was banned from baseball immediately. Well, I guess there's probably a difference between a player and an umpire because he lost his job and he was caught red-handed and admitted to it. Hello, Pete Rose, but with a prison uniform on. Hello, it's not hard to figure out the inconsistencies. So, Rick, when you fire up that petition to put Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame, I want to be that first signature on there because Pete deserves to be in there, and this clown needs to be banned at all from baseball. Now, speaking of Hall of Fames, you did hear that Ichiro Suzuki was 1 vote shy from being unanimous to go into the Hall of Fame, right?
Really? No, I did not catch that either. No, I'm missing all the sports news.
No. I know, miss a day, miss a lot, right? Now, joining him in the Hall of Fame is going to be C.C. Sabathia and Billy Wagner, plus Dave Parker and Dick Allen are joining him. And I'll tell you this, Ichiro Suzuki was the first Japanese player to break the barrier. I mean, everybody talks about Jackie Robinson breaking the color barrier. He broke the Japanese barrier because you got the Shohei Ohtani, Hideki Matsui. I mean, a lot of the Japanese players came over because he opened that door. I mean, he really was a good player, and I mean, he deserved to be unanimous. And he said to an interpreter, "Whoever voted against me, I want to invite them over to my house and let's sit down and have a beer, and I hope they change that vote because the last person that got a unanimous vote was Manny Ramirez." And that's going back a few years too, Steve. But,
wow.
But yes, Steve. I heard Big Ed was talking about basketball one night, and it's starting to crank up. March Madness is here. 9 SEC teams are in the top 25, and 5 of those are in the top 10. And poor Dingbat, she's over here.
Well, hang on a second. How does March Madness arrive when it's only February 5th? We'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is giving credit to President Trump for the ceasefire deal in Gaza.
Speaking in the Oval Office, Netanyahu did not mention former President Biden, but said he felt Trump has done a good job in office.
I think President Trump added great force and powerful leadership to this effort. I appreciate it.
Trump spoke more on his desire to move Palestinians out of Gaza, saying he envisions a move being a permanent relocation to a new homeland, adding that the people have experienced nothing but death and destruction. I'm Brian Shook.
The United States Postal Service is no longer accepting packages from China or Hong Kong.
On Tuesday, USPS released a statement saying they are suspending international package acceptance from China and Hong Kong posts until further notice. Letters and flat envelopes will still be accepted. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join Medi-Share. It's a good question. Medi-Share members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of Medi-Share members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this, up to $500 a month with Medi-Share. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Where we leave off? Oh, yeah, we were talking about March Madness. When does that really get underway?
I think next month, this time next month, because you have the last games are at the 28th, if I remember right, and then you have that first week is conference tournaments, and then it's selection Sunday, and then everything else falls from there. But I'm going to tell you this right now. with the way the SEC is playing, it would not shock me if Auburn is in that is in the championship game, or even goes to the Final Four, because they are playing exceptionally well. I mean, they're 20-1 for the season, and Bruce Pearl has those kids. I mean, they're really gelled. Kentucky, I don't see them going very far. I don't even see Arkansas going very far because they're rebuilding, because you had Calipari leave for Arkansas, and all the players left for Arkansas. They transferred to Arkansas because they wanted to be with Coach Calipari. They have this new coach in there, and they've been up and down. Both of them have been up and down all season. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's come tournament time, you've got to be on your game, and I don't think they're going to make the NCAA this year. And I think here, a month or so ago, Arkansas lost like 6 games in a row, or they lost 6 games this season, and the alumni had lost their you know what in mind about losing 6 games, because all these alumni run these programs, whether it's baseball, football, basketball, hockey, whatever. The alumni run that program, and they've put a lot of money in Coach Calipari. And the thing a lot of these alumni don't understand, if you bring a new coach in, it takes 2 years to get his recruits cycled through, and to where his recruits that he's been with that college are now coming through to get them to play. And you know and we've said it before, that portal, it needs to be closed. It needs to be one transfer, and it has to be for a good, valid reason, like you're too far away from home, you know, et cetera, not because, well, I can get more money over here. It's like, well, why don't you just go be a pro player? You know, it's like over the weekend in the NBA, Luka Doncic got traded from the Mavericks to the Lakers for Anthony Davis, because at the end of the season, the Mavericks were going to have to pick up his 5-year option for $354 million, and Luka's not been playing good all season. So how else to get rid of him? Trade him off and get somebody better in, Steve. But Steve, I'm going to slide to the house, but Rick, start up that petition for induct Pete Rose.
All right, he's listening in. There you go. Thank you very much, Brain Dead. Yeah, just Mid-America Truck Show rolls around, and I know in most years you're in the heart of actual March Madness when we're down there in Louisville, and there's an exceptional buzz, especially if Louisville or Lexington is actually moving on in those rounds that are taking place during the truck show weekend. I pulled up the schedule here, so it's just around the corner. Selection Sunday is March the 16th. Then action gets underway with the first 4 on March 18 and 19. Mark Madness, first round, the 20th and the 21st. Round 2, the 22nd, 23rd. Then comes Mid-America Truck Show weekend. That's Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 27th, 28th, and 29th. So you got the Sweet 16 on March 27 and 28. They kick off the Elite 8 on Saturday, March the 29th, and, of course, Sunday the 30th. So it's big weekend. Sweet 16 and Elite 8 weekend while we're in Louisville this year. And, I got the email confirmation from Ryan this past day. Got our reservations booked there for our hotel stay. Mid-America Truck, I can't believe it's already that close. All right, 844-844-3388. Let's see, I believe Doug is on board here. Morning, Doug.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Thanks for taking my call.
It's Dog.
What's that?
It's the CNI Dog. Or is it Doug? It is Doug. Yeah, okay. I got you right. I thought so.
Yeah, it's Doug.
Yep.
Yeah. I agree with you on Gaza. Kind of have a question mark on that. I wonder if we, shouldn't clear everybody out of there and just, destroy the place so it's uninhabitable. But no one wants to take the Palestinians anywhere.
Uh-huh.
So there's nowhere for them to go. It seems to be a big problem. Something else, it's pretty hard to listen to Eagle. I'm sitting here just grinding my teeth, and I'm upset about having to listen to his crap and what he has to say.
What, disagreeing? Feeling like Trump's doing too much this morning?
I don't think Trump. I think Trump's doing exactly what we put him in office to do. I think Trump's doing a great job. I thank God for Trump every day. And Eagle called in for months and months and months about the border, and then all of a sudden now he doesn't like it. It's like him and Minister, I know Minister is not with us anymore, but it's like him and Minister and Sundance sit there and talk things over, and then Eagle calls the show and gets people all worked up. If he doesn't like it, maybe he should leave. That's all I got to say.
Oh, boy. Okay, so, yeah, he fired Doug up this morning, didn't he? All right. Well, I mean, Trump is doing a lot, but I don't think he's getting in over his head. Yeah, he's getting that cabinet in place. Yeah, one after another being confirmed. The brains around him. I got a chance to see some of Marco Rubio. What country was he in this past time? I think it was El Salvador. And El Salvador actually made apparently an offer to use their massive prison system if you want to house some of these criminals. And they'll do it for a much more affordable price than it cost to house prisoners here in the U.S. system. Don't know if we're going to take them up on that. But, of course, being very fluent in Spanish. Interesting, I mean, conversing with the president there and the people. Good choice for Secretary of State there, I think, in Marco Rubio. He's on top of the game. Trump's Department of Transportation, of course, with Sean Duffy now in place, confirmed. They've already started the process of rescinding greenhouse gas measurement rules. On the second day in office, Sean Duffy signed off on that notice of proposed rulemaking to rescind the greenhouse gas measurement rule finalized under the Biden administration. Now, the greenhouse gas measurement rule requires MPOs and DOTs to establish declining carbon dioxide targets. They're supposed to report the progress toward the achievement on those targets. Of those targets, the final rule only establishes a framework for measurement. It does not mandate how low greenhouse gas emission targets have to be. But specifically, the State Department of Transportation's and metropolitan planning organizations that have national highway system mileage in their geographic boundaries have to establish declining targets for CO2 emissions that are generated by on-road mobile services related to a reference year defined as calendar year 2022 and report on their progress. This is Trump's second time rescinding the greenhouse gas measurement rule. You go back to 2017, the Federal Highway Administration under former President Barack Obama issued a similar rule just days before Trump took office. Trump rescinded the rule, finding the previous administration exceeded their authority. However, the Biden administration resurrected the rule in 2022. So we're at deja vu with Trump being elected once again. The trucking industry has opposed this greenhouse gas measurement rule. February of last year, there was a group of 40 different stakeholders representing a variety of industries, including OOIDA that issued a letter to Congress and authorizing committees to express opposition to the rule. Soon after, Republicans introduced a Congressional Review Act, a joint resolution of disapproval to overturn it. OOIDA and the hundreds of thousands of small business truckers across the country support the return of common sense to regulations, was the word from Todd Spencer. The Highway Administration can best improve safety by focusing on priorities like expanding truck parking, mitigating congestion, rather than forcing states to calculate radical emission performance measures. Now, while the Trump administration is trying to roll back the greenhouse gas measurement through the regulatory process, Republican states are right now in the middle of a court battle to strike it down. Shortly after the rule was published, the state of Texas filed a lawsuit challenging it. 2 days later, 21 other Republican-led states filed a similar lawsuit, arguing what the Federal Highway Administration concluded in 2018, which is the agency had no authority to establish the rule in the first place. In this case, they said President Biden, when they filed the suit, is unconstitutionally ramming his radical climate agenda through administrative agencies that lack congressional authority to implement these actions. We will not stand by while this administration attempts to circumvent the legal legislative process. Last March, the judge in Texas agreed with the state, dismissing the case and vacating the greenhouse gas measurement because the Federal Highway Administration overstepped their authority by even establishing it. The court order came just 2 days before reporting under the new rule was supposed to begin. A few days later, a judge in Kentucky issued a similar ruling. The federal government appealed both cases, so that's where we're now awaiting oral arguments for both of those cases are scheduled for this month, February of 25. The federal government asked the courts to pause the cases as they begin the process to do the very thing the plaintiffs were looking to do, which is get rid of the greenhouse gas measurement rules to begin with. So at this point, the judge in Texas, in that case, has agreed to the pause right now. We'll see if the other follows suit, but we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
So I mentioned Marco Rubio. He's kind of like he's on a Central American tour. Numerous countries that he's visiting right now. I think it was Monday. El Salvador. That was the country. El Salvador agreeing to house violent U.S. criminals and receive deportees of any nationality. That was the announcement from Marco on Monday. What they say is an unprecedented and legally problematic deal that has alarmed critics and rights groups. Now, Rubio unveiled the agreement after meeting with the Salvadoran president as part of a tour of Central American countries as we try to consolidate regional support for Trump's immigration policy. Rubio tells reporters in an act of extraordinary friendship to our country, El Salvador has agreed to the most unprecedented and extraordinary migratory agreement anywhere in the world. The country will continue accepting Salvadoran deportees who illegally entered the U.S. They will also accept for deportation any illegal alien in the United States who is a criminal from any nationality, be it MS-13 or Tren de Aragua, and put them in his jails. Of course, that's the two notorious transnational gangs with members from El Salvador and Venezuela. In addition, they've offered to house in his jails dangerous American criminals that are in custody in our country, including those of U.S. citizenship and legal residence. Well, Trump had already pointed out when he first suggested that here about a week ago, that is something we know is illegal at this. It would have to be congressionally approved, but he may try to bring that before Congress. Now, it's not clear whether government will take up the offer. However, with questions around the legality of such moves, any effort to deport incarcerated U.S. nationals, obviously that is not legal. And Trump already said he's aware of that. I will present that to Congress. If you get the approval, maybe they could do that a whole lot cheaper than housing them here, as I mentioned. Of course, some of the law professors are saying is the United States is absolutely prohibited from deporting U.S. citizens, whether they're incarcerated or not. That is correct. Congress would have the final say. Yeah, meanwhile, who was it that was saying that the good news that's coming out of the White House, the mainstream media just can't report anything positive, everything has to be negative? How about this? We've been talking for how many years now? The U.S. military, all the branches struggling to get recruits, missing their goals by thousands. Who wants to serve under a weak, pathetic leadership with no spine in a military that's more focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion? Well, the answer is obviously not enough. The U.S. Army reporting they've shattered previous recruiting records, with December of 24 being the most productive December in 15 years. The branch reported it enlisted nearly 350 soldiers every day that month. Yet what happened in November? There was an election. Army officials announced Tuesday via social media, quote, "Our recruiters have one of the toughest jobs, that is inspiring the next generation of soldiers to serve. Congratulations, keep up the great work." That was from the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Bottom line from Donald Trump: America's youth want to serve under the bold, strong, America First leadership of President Trump. In October of 2023, the Army unveiled a series of changes to the recruiting enterprise, an expanded focus on a larger share of the labor market, the creation of a specialized talent acquisition workforce. The Army surged medical providers to military entrance processing stations all over the country to help make the enlistment process more efficient, and leveraged new technologies to try and reach expanded audiences to help identify candidates interested in military service. There was a notable expansion of the Future Soldier Preparatory Course that helps potential recruits overcome academic and physical fitness barriers. Still, the military missed their recruiting goals by 41,000 that year. In 2024, the Army announced they were cutting its force by 24,000 in a restructuring effort to help the service fight in future wars. The almost 5% of jobs cut affected posts that are still empty. According to the Army, is this going to be a possible trend coming up here? But isn't it amazing? Within days of an election, you had nearly 350 soldiers every single day in the month of December. Isn't that something? All right, got a news break we'll get to here coming up. Our final hour just ahead. Here we go. Rolling into a hump day. It is 844-844-3388. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, Alabama, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 46. The nomination is confirmed.
And with that, the Senate has confirmed Pam Bondi as Attorney General, with Democratic Senator John Fetterman joining Republicans to vote in favor of her, giving her control of the Department of Justice. Georgia's former Congressman Doug Collins has been confirmed to lead the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs.
The U.S. Senate overwhelmingly voted him in on Tuesday, 77-23. During his confirmation hearing on January 21st, Collins testified that while serving as chaplain in the U.S. Air Force Reserve with the rank of colonel at Warner Robins, he learned how to lead.
Leadership is about listening, but it's also about leading. It's also about taking the men and women that you serve with and making sure that you're putting their needs first.
President Trump's nominee will oversee a $350 billion budget and nearly 200 medical centers addressing the evolving health care needs of younger vets from recent conflicts. I'm Liz Kennedy.
San Diego's top business organization says they have major concerns about the president's plans for tariffs against Mexico and Canada, and that's despite the one-month pause.
The San Diego Chamber strongly opposes tariffs.
That's San Diego Regional Chamber President and CEO Jessica Anderson. She says the chamber has helped craft special and unique business relationships with Mexico.
We're not just trading with Mexico, we're really producing together. Taxing an import winds up translating into a tax on U.S. customers because we have these integrated supply chains.
Anderson says these fees could lead to higher prices, job loss, and eventually companies going out of business. I'm Phil Farrar.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 134 points. The S&P 500 added 43 points. The Nasdaq climbed 262 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu say their ties are unbreakable.
You are the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House.
Trump and Netanyahu met at the White House today, with Netanyahu becoming the first foreign leader to meet with Trump during his second term. The president said the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip and own it, and added the U.S. is a respected nation once again, while saying there was no threat from Iran while he was in office.
Oh my God!
At least 10 people have been shot and killed at an adult education facility in Örebro, Sweden, west of Stockholm. Police say they're still investigating, and the extent of the injuries is unclear. Andreas Sudling is a student at Campus Ryberska. He spoke with Sky News.
After maybe 2 hours, the police came, and when they took us out from the classroom, when I passed the entrance to the school, I looked down and there was blood everywhere.
This is being called the worst mass shooting in Sweden's history. The FDA is upping its broccoli recall to the most serious category.
California company Braga Fresh initially issued an advisory for a specific lot of its broccoli florets in December after Health and Human Services workers found listeria in several samples from a Texas Walmart. No illnesses have been reported. The product was distributed to Walmart stores in 20 states across the nation. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
I'm not sure if Philip tried to dial us up this morning or not. I know there was a period there when he would normally be calling where the lines were full. So a number of folks were getting the busy signal, which that's a good thing as far as I'm concerned. I'd rather have full lines and be begging. Begging. Come on, somebody help me out here, right? I was going to ask Philip, yesterday was supposed to be maybe a record-setting day when it comes to space and launch activity. There were five actual launches scheduled to occur in about a 20-hour period. 4 of them emanating from here in the U.S. I think 2 of them were SpaceX. Another was, is it the Orion? One was from the Russian Cosmodrome, but I'm not sure if all 5 of them were successful launches or not. But I think that would have been a first in space history, having 5 launches on one given day. Then I was going to ask him about, I saved this from a couple of days ago. We know we have the 2 astronauts, Sonny Williams and Barry Wilmore, that are kind of stuck on the space station. They're still there. And apparently several days ago, one of NASA's stranded astronauts revealing that she's lost the ability to perform several basic tasks. After being stranded in space for 8 months, Sonny Williams admitted last week that she's forgotten what it's like to walk. After spending 234 days in microgravity, she said, quote, "I've been up here long enough. Right now, I've been trying to remember what it's like to walk. I haven't walked, haven't sat down, haven't laid down." She was on a kind of like a student conference call, a video call, with students at a high school in Massachusetts. She's 59 years old. Her crewmate, 62-year-old Barry Wilmore. Of course, they were supposed to spend eight days on the space station. The Boeing capsule it took them was plagued with the technical issues, as we know the story. That capsule has since returned to the Earth empty. They're still on the space station. They'll be there till at least late next month, hoping then to catch a ride home on SpaceX's Crew 9 spacecraft. President Trump said the 2 brave astronauts were virtually abandoned by the Biden administration and asked Elon Musk and SpaceX to get them home. Of course, that had already been worked out. Elon will soon be on his way. Hopefully, all will be safe. Of course, yes, Elon had vowed to retrieve the 2 as soon as possible. Again, they had already tasked with bringing the 2 back from the space station prior to this new order due to the Boeing Starliners malfunction in space. The helium leaks, the thruster malfunctions, before, during, and after that launch. Last year, of course, by August, NASA decided it was not safe to try and bring the astronauts home, that they would have to hitch a ride back to Earth on SpaceX's Crew 9 capsule, which is currently docked at the space station. The previous time frame said the Crew 9 would return home as soon as this month, February, but they changed that mission timeline back in December. They said SpaceX needs more time to complete work on the Crew 10 capsule, which has to launch to the space station before the Crew 9 capsule can leave the station. So the return was pushed back even later. By that time, they will have spent 8 months in space. During long space missions, microgravity takes a toll on astronauts' bodies, significant muscle and bone deterioration. For every month in space, astronauts' weight-bearing bones become roughly 1% less dense. If they don't take precautions to counter this loss, according to NASA, and their muscles, which are usually activated by simply moving around on the Earth, they weaken because they no longer need to work as hard. When astronauts return from long-term missions, it's not uncommon that they're not able to walk under their own power. Now, the statements from Elon and President Trump suggest the timing of Williams and Wilmore's rescue mission may change again, potentially bringing them home sooner. There were a couple of ways SpaceX might be able to do this. According to the science communicator Scott Manley, one option would be to launch Crew 10 earlier. That would also allow the Crew 9 capsule to bring the two home earlier. But that would require SpaceX to finish the work on that spacecraft ahead of schedule. They've not said that they're on track to do that. Option number 2 is allow the Crew 9 capsule to return to Earth before the Crew 10 launches. Now, that would go apparently against NASA protocol, which requires the agency to maintain a critical mass of astronauts on the space station during the handover process, or the overlap between a departing crew's time on the station and the new crew's arrival. That time allows the departing crew, in this case it would be Crew 9, and the Starliner crew to share any lessons learned with the newly arrived crew, Crew number 10, supporting a better transition for the ongoing science and maintenance on the station. That handover process helps operations on the space station run smoothly, but they say it's not an absolute necessity. Should they opt to let the Crew 9 leave before Crew 10 arrives, at that point, Russian Soyuz astronauts would actually be the only ones there to receive the Crew 10 astronauts. They've been talking about her physical health not looking well for the last several months. You can tell she's losing body mass, losing weight, but it is 844-844-3388. To the inbred redneck, how the hell you been?
Oh, buddy, I'm fine and dandy. Can you hear me all right, buddy? I've got the duct tape out. I have installed a new radio in my 79 Chevy pickup truck. Is it sounding good on your end?
A little bit of an echo, but you can clearly hear you, yes.
Well, good, buddy, good. I wanted to talk to you a little bit, buddy, about life and everything. I know some of the collars get tore up. I'm out here getting ready to do some business this morning and stuff like that. And sometimes people don't understand the madness of life. They don't understand. Sometimes people look at me, they say, you're crazy as a loop. And some days I will agree with.
Mm-hmm.
But, sometimes you have to take and look at things for what they are. Our time is short on this world. And daggone the way I see what Trump is doing, he apparently has listened to the show and picked up on the Inbred Rednecks political campaign and basically is copying it, word for word. And he realizes that his time on this planet is short. I don't know if people noticed it, but the guy has aged significantly here in the past little bit. I noticed it. I don't know if anybody else has, but, and I believe he's just in a hurry to get this stuff done. He believes it's what's right.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be done, So, before we get down on other people for their opinions on what's going on, let's remember, sometimes all of us don't step back and look at things and see things the same way, But that's that, But yeah, buddy, I mean, been a great week. I love the weather here recently. It has been warm. I hope it's been that way up there around your neck of the woods, buddy.
We had a very brief warm-up, but we're kind of like reality check. We're right at 30 degrees this morning.
Oh, Lord. I know what you're saying. We dipped down here quite a bit, too. But, yeah, I mean, it's just a nice little glimmer of hope in the middle of winter. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So, don't go crazy just yet. It ain't time for the G-strings and Speedos just yet.
Not yet. Not time to uncover the pool, huh?
No, buddy, sure ain't. We still got some skiffs of snow, or whatever you'd like to call it, up here at the house, It hadn't completely melted off. Just little spots here and there, and stuff like that. But hopefully spring is on its way, and got big projects coming up. My daughter, she went into a little business venture with me, and we come out pretty good. And so this next year, I'm hoping within the next year we can get her house built here on the farm. I'm going to tie up some loose ends here, so I'm going to have a new neighbor up on the farm, and I'm going to have to be careful. I can't be out there running around doing my crazy stuff like I usually do.
Right.
And I gotta chill it down a little bit, buddy.
It's not common for you to actually having to have some couth.
Yeah, but you gotta do what you gotta do for your children. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't figure in my retirement I would have to build a house either, but the girls, well, I like to call her my star daughter. Now, don't tell the rest of them. I know the rest of them ain't listening. They're all on the bed. I know that for sure, but yeah, she was a straight A student and become a pharmacist, and she's doing well. And married to an electrician, and yeah, you know, you got to take care of the good ones, right, buddy?
There you go.
Now, Steve, I mean, this may be getting a little bit too personal, but do you have a favorite child, buddy?
Well, I only have two, and I don't know that I have any favoritism there. I think they're equal.
Oh, God. Steve, come on, buddy.
You're trying to back me in a corner.
I know, buddy. I figured I'd put myself.
You're not
you in one, buddy.
Not allowed. You can't show favoritism.
Yeah, I can't show it, but I can have my favorites, right, buddy?
There you go.
Yeah, but daggone the stock market and crypto and stuff, I kindly predicted it, and I gave it to everybody there. I think the last time I called you was maybe early January or late December, but yeah, it's all kind of crapping, and you know, I dumped out of crypto. Right now, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I mean, it worked out really well for me at that time, and what I'm thinking is it's going, Bitcoin's going to continue to go down. It's going to do this seesaw action, and I'm looking to hold out till it drops to around $70,000 to $50,000.
Really?
And then that's when I'll get back in. Yeah, buddy.
So we're on a roller coaster ride, because I mean it was. I don't know. How high did it get? It hit like the 100,000, right?
Yeah, 110 at one point. I got out at 100, so I felt really good about that, you know. And yeah, what I'm looking at is I think it's going to be a crypto winter, as crypto people call it, and they don't even realize it's getting ready to happen. I've watched it happen too many times, and this will be like my fourth cycle of it. So, yeah, but I mean, the only crypto I'm holding right now is Dogecoin. That's the one that brought me to the race, and I'll always hold on to it. But everything else I got out of. And I'm pretty happy that I did, considering everything that's going on.
So you never got into the fart coin, and what is the Trump coin? I mean, what was that all about? For a few weeks, I was hearing about a Trump coin.
Well, I reckon it was the official Trump coin. It done pretty well there for a while. I tracked it. I never bought into it. I wish I sort of had. You know, that's one of the things you got to, really look at and watch out for. It's a basis of, all the other cryptos. It was just, I think it was actual property of Trump. And actually, for a while before that, I think there were like 3 other Trump coins out there that they weren't actually even tied to Donald Trump in any way.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems to have had some explosive growth. I followed it to about the end of January, and I didn't see where that I could make any significant headway or significant profit. It seemed to me that the big jump had already happened, from what I could tell.
Okay.
And but that was at the end of January. This is what, almost a week later. So, I hadn't followed the numbers on it in a week, I guess, somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm.
So, in my opinion, I mean, most of the time, they'll have a big runoff, or a big run up, and then they'll dump off, and then they'll have a couple run ups later. I mean, it may be something somebody may want to get into, but it just, to me, it wasn't my flavor, So, I didn't bother buying any or anything like that. And some of the things that I had researched on it, I didn't. Trump's a smart guy and all that, but I think this may be a little bit more work by his son than actually Donald Trump, So, and I think it may be actually Barron Trump, that is really the face. But I have no evidence of that. That's just complete speculation. Steve, I'll put it that way.
All right.
Complete speculation. Yeah. But yeah, I went and dumped some money into 2 stocks and went on some bad information. I was lucky. I think I had maybe $20,000 in them in total. But I went out and bought some PayPal stock and some Estee Lauder, the makeup company. I figured, women love makeup and all that. And you know how women are. They all got something to hide, so they need the makeup, buddy.
Right.
Well, yeah. But, and it all keyed on, yesterday's earnings reports, and I got my butt kicked pretty damn hard on those 2 deals. So, there's no need in selling it while it's down, but, it may be years before I recover that $20,000.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. I hate to give up on it. I mean, some of the analysis that I got from this guy, which I went to high school with him, and he sells insurance, and he's an accountant and all this other stuff. He said, "Oh yeah, man, this is sure bet money right here." And I'm like, all right. He was on to run my money and all that, handle my investments, and I said, "Well, give me a little bit of evidence here." Needless to say here, Steve, I won't be using his services. I may be a civil redneck, but the proof is in the pudding, buddy.
Well, Redneck, I appreciate the full report, the update here on a Wednesday morning. All right, there's your Bitcoin update. All right, so looking at what a little what do you call it? Crypto winter, and he has been falling. I mean, he was in very, very early, so up and down, just like everything else goes in cycles.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site.
Pro-Palestine protesters gathered outside the White House chanting, "Gaza is not for sale," as well as other battle cries. Hundreds of protesters held banners, signs, and waving flags as they chanted to rhythmic drumming. Earlier today, Trump made some comments that came in a joint press conference at the White House with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Trump added he would turn the Gaza Strip into the Riviera of the Middle East. At the closing bell, the Dow rose 134 points, the S&P 500 added 43, NASDAQ climbed 262. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we had briefly touched in hour number one some of the latest information from the FAA, talking about the altitude of the American Airlines flight versus the Black Hawk helicopter. Somehow they ended up at the same level, which appears to have been more along the lines of 325 feet, when apparently in the control tower they were showing the chopper at 200 feet. But it's been a full week now. I mean, here we are Wednesday morning, right? Yeah, some of the latest from Sean Duffy. He said the United States has the safest skies in the world. Yeah, but the Federal Aviation Administration systems are antiquated. They need updates. Yeah, plus we're suffering the shortage of air traffic controllers. Yeah, it was on Fox News, and he said the skies above the U.S. are among the safest in the world, even with changes needed. The Notice to Air Mission, or NOTAM, which is the FAA's pilot warning system, actually suffered an outage apparently Saturday night, less than a week after the deadly plane crash. Yeah, the backup system is not up and running as we try to get the primary system online, said Duffy. It's an old, antiquated system. It has to be upgraded. That is in the works. It's been in the works for years now. But this is the second time in 2 years that it's gone down. Yeah, meanwhile, reports last week from the New York Times that the air traffic control staffing at the airport was, as they said, not normal for that time of day amid the volume of traffic. Yeah, I'll take the FAA at its word that it wasn't normal, he said. There was a consolidation of air traffic controllers an hour before it was supposed to happen during the time of the crash. Now, he added there have not been enough controllers in the country for a long time now. We're working with the FAA to learn how do we surge the best and brightest to get into the academy, to get trained up, to make sure we don't have these staffing issues. Yeah, air traffic controllers are stressed. Yeah, they're tapped, they're overworked. Yeah, that's not an excuse, but it's the reality of what we have in the system. It takes years to train air traffic controllers. One of the questions we're going to ask is, what happened in the tower? What was going on with the staffing? Yeah, the language used by the air traffic controller, was it appropriate? Yeah, the FAA has a mandatory retirement age of 55 for air traffic controllers, which has caused a large amount of turnover. Now, he added during the COVID pandemic, the training academy experienced very small class sizes. Trainees could not get in-person experience working in control towers. The FAA must not be focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion when they're trying to hire these controllers. If it's your pilots or if it's your air traffic controllers, you want the best, you want the brightest. That's what we're going to do with the department. Now, concerning the airliner crash, the FAA will also be asking about the position of the Black Hawk helicopter. Were the pilots wearing the night vision goggles? That is the question he asked. If so, why were they flying a mission at 9 o'clock at night through really busy airspace around D.C., as opposed to, say, flying that mission at, say, 1 o'clock in the morning when there's very little air traffic? So still a lot of questions about the night vision. I would think by now they should have an answer to that question, but good morning, Horse Feathers.
Hey, morning, Honor. So here's one for Sundance there. Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. No. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. Anyway, so down here in Virginia, they got the electronic signs out telling you to plan ahead, winter weather advisory. So I don't know if they're going to be as drastic as Pennsylvania, probably not, but they are letting you know that you get out there in the western part of the state and everything, that they're going to have some good weather out there. So I'm not sure exactly what's going to come all the way to the 95 corridor. So there's been discussion tonight at the rate of speed that President Trump is making things happen, and whether it's too fast, too slow, too much, not enough. The one thing you have to remember is that from the time candidates get elected and start their term, they're pretty much on a re-election schedule for their next election process. So not that President Trump is going to be re-elected, but the House members all get re-elected in 2 years. There's a third of the Senate that gets elected in 2 years. 4 years, you're going to have possibly Vice President Vance run for president. So if President Trump doesn't get things up and going and moving and showing progress, not only in the first 100 days, because that's when the first big, thing comes down, is like, what have you done in your first 100 days? And so he's got to have stuff for that. But not only that, within the first year, if things aren't enacted and running and working well, the campaigning for the elections of the next year will not go good. And we definitely do not need to lose any Republican spaces. And if anything, it would be nice to pick up a couple Republican spaces to actually be able to continue what we've started here for the following 2 years. So that's something to think about, is that the reason that we're on this pace is that we have limited time, and unfortunately limited time starts now. So anyways, that was just something I wanted to throw out there with that. So just kind of have thought about that earlier. And so, but anyways, other than that, it sounds like it's been a good show so far. And I'm sorry if Philip was trying to get through. He didn't. Always like to hear from Philip, and that would have been a good question. Geez, that's amazing to try to have that many launches to space all in one day.
5 in a day, yeah. I don't know. I mean, a couple may have been scrubbed. I haven't been able to follow up. But.
Okay. So, well, anyways, with that, Your Honor, we'll let you cut loose there and see if we can get on to some other callers before the end of the show.
Thank you for chiming in, and yeah, be prepared. You said it was going to be what? Yeah, by probably early to mid-afternoon. All the parking is going to be at a premium. If you were not with us in the first hour, that is in regards to Pennsylvania has already announced a proverbial laundry list of road closures. Not road closures, I should say, commercial vehicle bans. This is going to be what they call it, tier number 4, which is an absolute commercial vehicle ban, no exceptions. Many of them starting at 7 o'clock this evening in anticipation of the impending weather. And like I said, I've been following this Pennsylvania road restrictions, and it's not very often they use tier number 4, which is all commercial vehicles. None allowed on the roads. I-283 between the PA Turnpike and I-83. 376 between I-80 East, Mercer, and exit 113A. As I said, you go down this list, sections of I-70, I-79 between exit 77, I-76, the Turnpike, to Youngstown, Ohio. Or a PA5, I-81, 83, 99. There's just, his advice was go to the, is it PA511? Download the app, and that's going to have all those closures. Additional closures kick in at 10 o'clock this evening. Several others at the midnight hour tonight. Okay? You get caught out there on the road with the complete ban in place, and you're going to get a hefty fine. All right, 844-844-3388. See what the blind man has going on. Morning, blind man.
Hey, Steve. Speaking of stocks, I really lucked out on one stock. Every now and then, my broker will let me play Atlantic City. You know, it's a gamble. So I bought this one stock called Rocket Lab USA at $5 a share.
Mm-hmm.
It's now about $30 a share. And I'm hanging on to it, see how much higher it will go. It was good to hear Horse Feathers. I had a dream that he drove by my house in his rig, honking his horn.
Oh, yeah?
And disturbing the neighbors. It's good to hear him. Yeah, the Democrats are really got their panties in a wad because of what Musk is doing, uncovering that, what's that outfit, the aid thing?
USAID, USAID, yes.
Yeah, they're finding out that they've been using that money for illegal purposes, and everything is coming out in the open, and there's nothing the Democrats can do about it, but they're going to try and throw every roadblock they can, but I'm so glad to see that people are really starting to wake up and see what's really going on. So that's all the baloney I got for tonight. I just wanted to shout out. And, Redneck, I'm hearing these commercials on the radio all the time about you can get a Donald Trump watch or a knife or some other item.
Mm-hmm.
It says not for investment purposes.
Right.
But, it's out there. It's out there.
There's all kinds of memorabilia, collector items and things of that nature. I've invested in some of the Proud Patriot card collections, and who knows? Somewhere down the line, one of these days, it might be worth something. Years and years down the line, for the kids or the grandkids, collectors, memorabilia. Yeah, one final tidbit here in regards to the Pennsylvania, the road restrictions. I thought tier number 4 was the highest. There's actually, you have tier 1 through tier 5. Many of the restrictions coming up today are what they call tier 4. So that's pretty much all commercial vehicles that there is one higher level. Technically, I'm showing like pickup trucks, automobiles, and emergency responders are the only ones allowed on these sections of roadway during Tier 4. When you get up to Tier number 5, that's a ban on all vehicles with the exception of emergency responders. So Tier 5 would be even anybody, everybody, nobody allowed on the road whatsoever at Tier number 5. Did they ever kick that in? All right, the swamp. We know the swamp does not like to be drained. That is especially true, apparently, for the gender ideologues, who happen to be some of the most odious creatures in the swamp. President Trump had issued multiple executive orders during his short time thus far back in the White House. One of those orders, though, made clear that the United States federal government would recognize two sexes, male and female, under this administration. That has sparked an absolute revolt in the Equal Opportunity Employment Commission. Staffers causing a ruckus and claiming they cannot obey the order, according to the report this past day from the Wall Street Journal. Trump fired the leadership of the agency, who worked under now former President Joe Biden. He has appointed Andrea Lucas to serve as acting chair. Staffers are now complaining to her about the new directive on sex and gender. They're annoyed at new policy directives handed down by Trump's advisors, such as the removal of the option for employees filing a complaint of workplace discrimination to check an X on the claim form to reflect their self-proclaimed non-binary gender identity. Staffers told Lucas they would be breaking federal law if they complied with the executive order, citing a 2020 Supreme Court decision that added sexual orientation and gender identity to Title 7 of the Civil Rights Acts of 1964. Yeah, the tactics you are employing and the actions you have taken in lockstep with this new administration are illegal and unconstitutional, said one Equal Employment Opportunity Commission judge that sent a letter via email to Lucas, I guess on Monday. The irate judge also copied most staffers at the agency. The judge also took a shot at Elon Musk, running the Department of Government Efficiency, and, in his own words, tossing entire federal agencies into the wood chipper. If, upon reflection, you feel like now would be a good time to take a vacation and resign from your position, please reply all to this email and put "I'd like to occupy Mars" in the subject line, said the judge. The EEOC is required by law to accept accusations of discrimination from employees. A spokesman for the agency confirmed to the Journal that all charges of discrimination are accepted by EEOC, but the spokesman also made clear that Lucas has acted promptly to comply with executive orders to the fullest extent possible under her existing authority. In other words, the EEOC is being gutted of its capability to shove gender ideology down the throats of American companies under the cover of their statutory authority to enforce civil rights laws. Isn't it truly a beautiful sight to behold?
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
A couple of final tidbits. Shout out to 5-7 this morning. He's up at Adam drinking his coffee, right? He said a fellow trucker stopped by a few days ago. He was my age, said he doesn't plan to retire. He's got to be doing something. I told him I do something. I sat on the porch, coffee in hand, watching y'all go to work. And in the afternoon, with the Diet Coke in hand, I watch y'all coming home. I must be the laziest man I know. He said, do you miss trucking? And I told him, well, I guess my heart's just not into it anymore. I'm sure there was no pun intended there, right? Yeah, his heart took him off the road. But I don't know if they gave you the green light there, 5-7. Would you go back out there? I think he's made the decision now. I think I'll just sit on the porch and watch. Hey, one last tidbit under the industry headlines. A bipartisan bill aimed at fighting freight fraud has been introduced in the House and Senate. It is the Household Goods Shipping Consumer Protection Act, looking to crack down on fraud involving the residential moving companies. This has been a problem for decades. But it would also assist in the overall effort to fight freight fraud. The bill would restore and codify the FMCSA's authority to issue civil penalties against bad actors. The legislation also requires brokers, freight forwarders, and carriers to provide a valid business address to the FMCSA before acquiring operating authority. So, again, introduced in the House and the Senate companion bills. We cannot allow bad actors in the shipping and moving industry to violate consumer trust and harm our nation's supply chain. When introducing the bill, OOIDA is supportive of the freight fraud bill, saying that small business truckers are routinely victimized. Freight fraud committed by criminals and scam artists has been devastating to many small business truckers who are simply trying to make a living through the freight market. All right, we'll follow that and, of course, give you updates as it progresses, possibly through the House and the Senate. With that, we close out a Wednesday. Have a great, safe hump day. We'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight for our next edition.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. it's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything